Be here now.
Last night was so good, and I know Michael had some questions to expand on.
Hello, everybody, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm Ram Das, and Krishna Das is here, too. The Das brothers. Go ahead, Michael.
I had some questions.
I thought you had said that you wanted to expand on some of the things that were said last night.
Gee,
I know I did, since we've been doing a program with women tonight.
I thought it was interesting coming in the front door. Though there was a long line of people waiting to buy tickets, and there was a long line of people coming through the front door. And there was Ram Dass standing there by the front door. And it was interesting to see people come through the front door and watch what was happening. Many people didn't notice that he was standing there, and some did. And it was just interesting to look at their faces as that happened.
The double takes were interesting.
Yeah. Guy outside asked me, he said, "Gee, you look familiar." He stood in line for a ticket. It's far out because I know, I bet I know 50, 60% of that audience from other contexts, from one place or another through our lives. And it really is a chance to just have that moment of contact with each person. I really like that, being at the door. Because a personal contact with a human being is very different from these group processes, even though we do get very within our own heads together. I still really like to just have 1 second with each person.
It was interesting. Someone commented last night that the group seemed older. And I said, well, we're all getting older, but also straighter. Are we getting straighter, too?
I think we're getting less attached to external forms.
Images.
Of our separateness. And we're coming to a level now where our the faith in the fact that something has truly happened to us is deep enough so that we don't need to prove it or show it or state it, you know. And I don't feel any longer the need for all of my beads and Indian clothes, which I used to need, really. I used to need to make my statement.
If you remember the last time you were with us, Laura Huxley had just cut your hair.
My beard.
In the desert, I think.
My beard, not my, yeah.
She cut some of it.
Right.
Part of the transition.
There are always women everywhere ready to cut.
We've been doing a
You've
program.
You've been doing a woman show,
yes.
And I should say that my 2 present teachers on the physical plane are both women, and that my path is actually the lineage that I pursue involves the love and honoring and opening to the universe as the mother, and it's very much a very intense feeding process, feeding from the mother, and it's opened me very much to that kind of energy, and it's interesting because each being on their way to God becomes both the child that feeds from the mother and the bride of God, so that the soul has no maleness or femaleness, which is interesting because I'm now in a business where all the preoccupation with manness and womanness just isn't part of that anymore. It's just not.
It was interesting tonight to watch the program evolve. It was good to listen for a change, by the way. And
yeah, I found myself being just terribly nervous. It was a different experience, just like talking about being a fish out of water. It
being
felt
on
like
the
that.
other side of the glass for a change. No, but it evolved in a way that the fact that women were doing it was forgotten. We got down to details.
Yeah, that's good.
That we all share. That probably was the
Well,
most rewarding.
It was a high-powered group of women, too.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Many of them, you know, from days past.
Days past, yeah.
I wonder if you'd share something about your teachers with us. a great many people that are listening were there last night and probably have heard some of the information, but a great many other people were interested.
Well, without doing the whole story, since I did it in detail last night, and that tape I'm sure will appear somewhere around here sooner or later. The process of the kind of teachings that I'm involved in now are tantric in the sense that, in two senses. One, in the way in which daily life experiences are used as vehicles for purification. That is, rather than mantra or traditional chanting, things like that, it's the daily life interaction among the satsang and between the satsang and the teacher that is the grist for the mill. And often, for example, I might be seeing somebody who is needing help from me, and I'm in the middle of talking to them, and the phone will ring, it'll be the teacher. And the teacher will then keep me on the phone for 30, 40 minutes, and I have to deal with all of the social, psychological aspects of what it's like for that other person. And the teacher is perfectly aware of what's going on in the other person's consciousness, and is seeing, would never allow me to be taught at the expense of the other person. So is very aware of the way that other person is working with their experiences as it's going along. But I'm working with my sort of frustration, irritation, because I was in the middle of doing something, but after all, here is the teaching. And I can't quite program when I get the teaching and in what packages I get it in. It's often just as I'm going to sleep at night, or just as I'd like to go to the bathroom, or something like that. And it goes on, and I have to deal with all of my conflicting motives all the time. And it's always done, the best teachings occur under tension, where, for example, now I'm in California, and I'm being called by my teacher, Collect from New York, and she'll talk for an hour and a half, and I have to deal with my Jewish middle-class upbringing, which is very delicious to watch, because I know that if she had called at 2 minutes later, the rate would have been half as much. But how much is God worth? And what's a fair price? And it takes you through an incredible number of trips. This is beautiful. I mean, this is.
Well, I think the whole idea of teaching coming by telephone.
Oh, I think it's delicious. I have spent as much as sometimes 15 hours a day on the phone.
Oh, wow.
And that's how it comes via telephone.
I'd say for me about a good 50% of it comes by phone. Yes. And the rest comes in person. And just the idea that I'm ending up living in Manhattan and going to see this very, very high being in a suburb of Manhattan for experiences that by every rule of the game that I know should be happening in caves in the Himalayas where you trek through the snowy, passes and are led there by old lamas and so on, and here we are.
You're not living in Manhattan just to keep your phone bill down.
No, I'm placed. I'm told where to live. And I am told what I eat, when I sleep, what clothes I wear, what time I'm to be everywhere. If I'm told to, if I leave the teacher's house at, say, 1 in the afternoon, and I'm to be home at 2:30, at 2:30, as I walk into the house, the phone will ring, and I'll start again. I mean, there's no space at all in the game, for me anyway, none whatsoever.
How about
and it's taken my ego on quite a few trips, as you can imagine, because I'm used to, after all, I have my own game going, if you will, that I've developed over the years of being Ram Dass, and I've got like 100 letters a week to answer, and lots of people want to see me, and I'm busy being somebody on some level or other, but that doesn't seem totally relevant in this game, and it's fun to be somebody in between being nobody and fit it all in together and really put the somebodyness into perspective. by being a student primarily and seeing all of my somebodyness as part of my teaching. Excuse me.
Oh, hearing you talk last night about the telephone calls, and then hearing you again tonight about the telephone calls, and I was what I got last night and experiencing, I was hearing you talk about your experience of like in the bathtub, when you're talking about being in the bathtub, and here comes the phone again.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this poor teacher who's calling you on the phone. How is she standing up to this?
She has 4 telephones and is keeping a few other people as well as me completely off guard all the time, out of control, and does it beautifully because she has consciousness, so she knows what each of us is doing at every moment. So she will always call just as I've gone to the refrigerator and opened it and have just the plan of what I'm about to eat, and I'm just reaching for it, the phone will ring, right? And that demands full attention, because if I pick up the phone and my consciousness isn't right there fully. See, it's a special telephone. Each of us has to have a special telephone just for her. And you pick it up, and if you're not conscious fully right there, within the first word, she'll hang up. That's the end of the teaching. You just blew the teaching. It's very tough. I mean, it's very exquisite essence, control, if you will. But that's because you're asking for the fire to be hot. You really want to get done. And when you want to ferret out and root out those little crevices of ego, they're very subtle, and it takes, because we all learn how to play like we don't have these things we want to hold on to.
I was still stuck back there with her being a housewife and having a family and 4 kids and a husband and all of that. And, I was just wondering how she must be an amazing individual to be carrying all of that on at one time.
It's quite unusual because her children have had to get used to finding her in samadhi and more or less understanding it. It's pretty much kept from her husband. There's kind of a protective veil around the whole situation. But in the hours when he comes home,
she keep 4 telephones away from your husband.
Well, every now and then he gets irritated and he rips them all out of the wall. Yeah, pretty good. But she has a little room of her own, which is her shrine room, and that's where she hangs out. The phones are all set up in there.
There's an element of absurdity about the whole thing.
The whole thing is a cosmic joke. But then, after all, Maharaj-ji was this fat man in a blanket sitting on a wooden table, and in the history of spiritual teachers like a Gurdjieff or the Naropa, Tilopa, Marpa, that whole sequence, there was always that kind of cosmic humor. In the Zen tradition, there's the same thing with sadhaks. There's always been that kind of tongue-in-cheek quality about the teaching, which makes it less... But the minute you take it as a joke, it becomes deadly serious. And the minute you take it deadly serious, it becomes a joke. I mean, it's done to liberate you, after all, not to entrap you in this kind of heavy... Less than high teachings are always kind of serious. We have important work to do. And the teachers all look like teachers.
Not like very attractive housewives.
Because she, she'll drive down the street in her Cadillac Eldorado, And I think here comes the Divine Mother in her Eldorado. It's a hard one, for my consciousness to make.
No,
everything in my alternate culture. Why isn't she driving a Volkswagen?
The godmother.
The godmother, yeah.
Can you share any of her background, if it's relevant, of how she came to this place?
Yeah, I think that's public knowledge. She...
Maybe she'll call us tonight.
The number is 864-2051.
No, unfortunately, it's too late there. This is the time when she's deep in samadhi. But she's here. Don't worry about it. She was always a very pure being. I mean, all of her life, in a kind of a purity that is characteristic of, say, Billy Budd or James Dean in East of Eden. You know that quality of that kind of purity that it's innocence, a certain kind of innocence. And at the same moment, she was a very tough gal, very tough, was out selling. She married at 15. She was out selling fruit with her husband on the street, and they had no money, And been a very independent woman all her life. Very strong appetites, very powerful, a lot of Shakti. And part of her story was that she went to a dieting salon, and they told her about a breath she could use that would get her thin. It was called a yogi breath, and it was alternate breathing through her nostrils. And she went home and she got into her bathtub after her husband had gone to sleep. And because she did everything excessively, she did the breath for about 5.5 hours. And whether it was the first or second night, I don't know, but suddenly there was a man sitting on her toilet seat who, since she had no experience with any of this at all, she freaked completely and grabbed a towel and put it over herself and said, "Get the hell out of here or I'll tell my husband." And of course, it was somebody her husband wouldn't see because she had just gone into another plane, and the being who had come turned out to be Swami Nityananda, who was a very, very great saint in India, who was the guru of Swami Muktananda, who is here now.
And might add, a very heavy gentleman.
Huh?
A very heavy gentleman.
Very, very heavy gentleman, yes. Heavy in many ways. And Nityananda started to bring her to realization. And then he sent her to a woman in New York City who's a very, very high spiritual teacher by the name of Hilda Charlton. And Hilda just touched her, and that's when she went into her deep samadhi for the first time. And she knew nothing about any of this. She had no
background
training.
at all.
No, nothing. She loved Christ. She knew that. And she was... a number of times in her life, I think she'd had experiences where people had felt a religious experience from being near her. And immediately after that, she started to be sort of deluged with priests who really wanted to spend time with her and who were beginning to experience visions of Christ and the presence of Christ through her. And then things would happen, like she would go to a bar mitzvah, because she's Jewish, and she'd go to a bar mitzvah, and the rabbis would be drawn to her, and she would open the Torah and lecture to them about the scrolls, from the scrolls. And she would, people started calling her from Israel and from India, and scholars started to ask her questions because she could go into these planes of consciousness where all the stuff was available to her. And she played for a long time, and then she began to, as her consciousness kept, her awareness kept growing, she started to limit her work to those beings who really wanted to go to God. And the curiosity kind of people and all started to fall away. She didn't feed that as much. And but she's extraordinary teacher,
She doesn't prescribe.
It's not a public teaching, so it's not available to people.
Correct.
So, and very well protected
Except by
us.
telephone.
Yeah, not even by that.
She doesn't prescribe any particular method, or as a discipline, or?
Well, the method is really it's a very universal teaching in a certain kind of a way, in the sense that all of the great masters are honored, and teachings come through from all of them, from Christ and from Buddha and from Ramakrishna and Shirdi Sai Baba and Ramana Maharshi and Nityananda and my Guru Neem Karoli Baba and others like that. I'd say our work is a great deal with the awakening of Shakti or energy through pranayam, through breath, the learning to have great discipline in terms of working with energies in the chakras, the opening of the heart and the relation to the universe as the mother and the feeding from the mother through the heart. The mostly, rather than the quieting of the mind, more like contemplative kind of meditations, rather than more, not vipassana or one-pointedness, much more contemplative kind of meditations. Study of things like the Gospel of Ramakrishna, things like that. I'd call it devotional tantra, is the way I would define the thing. Is that what Krishna does? Is that also?
Tremendous emphasis on purity.
Yeah.
Of mind.
Yeah. And having to get all your scenes straight and be very clean in your game playing. Clean of body also, by the way. I mean, bath and breath and everything has to be very much together. And you have to learn how to sit for long periods of time, very straight. And it's very definitely out of the yogic tradition. We are all brahmachari. We're all vegetarian. We don't participate in hardly any other social activities. I mean, the ones of us that are really going the trip are really going the trip. I mean, I live in New York City, and it's absurd. In a year, I may have been to one movie. I don't even think that. I haven't looked at television. I don't listen to radio. I don't even read the New York Times anymore. About once a week, I check up to find out whether the world ended. Other than that, I don't even live in that reality at all. I drive through the streets, but it's like another, it's like a surrealistic scene for me, you know. I could be living anywhere in the universe at this moment. I could be living in India. This is exactly the same life I would be leading if I were going to the temple every day in India to be with Maharaj-ji. And Maharaj-ji is very much present and teaches a great deal in that scene.
You mentioned other people. How many people are actually going through this?
Actually, a very few, because of the limitations of her lifestyle. It's all got to be done sort of very quietly and just in a little room in her basement. So it really is a very few people.
She's not into getting a call director yet.
To getting what?
A call director.
No.
10-button phone.
Yeah, I understand.
And last night, when you first brought her up, I noticed a hush fell over the audience, and something of a gasp. Suddenly you were in a different place. Again, you'd shifted.
Yeah.
And you'd pulled the rug out from under people again. And one of the things you said is, don't do anything because I do it. And I found that very significant, because I've watched the spiritual community follow many of the courses that you've taken in a very apparently superficial way, although I hesitate to make that judgment. I mean, there are physical things that are identifiable. Maybe that's a better way of putting it.
No, I think what you're saying, Will, is very true. I think a lot of people have taken on Ram Dass as somewhat of guru and look to Ram Dass as kind of their spiritual.
I think more Be Here Now than me, in actuality. That Be Here Now served a function at a certain point. I mean, numerous people come up to me and say, that's my Bible, or I've been reading it for years, or I look at it like the I Ching, I check it out for things to do. And I think that that book, which I don't identify as my book, it's merely something that came through us at a certain point in time, is what is the thing that they've looked to. I think, because I haven't felt the pressure of people demanding I be a guru. I mean, I treat it very lightly when they do, but I haven't. I'm just getting to the point now where I'm considering myself a teacher now, which is even new. That's another new place, actually, a new space.
In putting forth the teachings that you're receiving? Transmitting
exactly. Those? So I'm taking on a very few students now, too, which is a whole new experience for me, because I've been giving the introductory lecture for so many years now. You're always giving that first lecture. You never give the second one. And after a while, I began to realize I knew more than I could ever tell anybody, and it was getting frustrating. So I started slowly to let a few people gather and start to get an advanced group together. And that's really exciting for me.
Are you teaching a method, or are you gearing it to the individual? Because that always seemed to be your particular teaching, was that different strokes for different folks. And
Well, that is the teaching of the Be Here Now period.
Yes.
Now I would say that in general, about 50% of the time I'm working with the students is the game of cleaning them up, is forcing stuff out and cleaning it up, the sort of discrimination, cleaning up their game. And the other 50% of the time is bringing them closer into spiritual spaces through energy, through heart, through meditation, through study. And so it's a game of bringing them up and then getting the earth up behind them. So they keep bringing their plane of life up to the planes of consciousness they meet. And constantly, for example, you take a group of people in a meditation up and you say, you do breathing, and you're going up higher and higher, and you're getting into higher spaces and clearer spaces. And then as you take people up, then you start to say, okay, Will, what do you got now? Okay? And you're in a place where the last thing you want to do is have to talk.
Right.
See, you just want to space out. But that talking is very critical because it helps people know how they got there, so they end up with the control of it rather than it being something they got from you.
is this the contemplation that you're talking about? I'm not aware.
Yeah, you give them a directive meditation, and then you're constantly asking for feedback from them as to where they are. So they get very good at defining their emotions, their states of consciousness, which gives them a handle on what's happening to them and gives them a lot more power.
It's the contemplation that you're talking about. I'm not aware.
Yeah, you give them a directive meditation, and then you're constantly asking for feedback from them as to where they are. So they get very good at defining their emotions, their states of consciousness, which gives them a handle on what's happening to them and gives them a lot more power in the situation. So I'd say that the classes are this kind of mixed game of working with, like some people I'll put together in a living situation in a house. And then the whole dynamics of that house situation become grist for the mill of our becoming conscious together.
So it really is, if not functioning in the world in the sense of
it's in the world, and that
it's within a frame.
Absolutely, they've all got to earn a living.
Right.
They live right in the city. They rent their own houses. I mean, it's all that stuff. At the same moment, they have all made the commitment that their entire life is dedicated to going to God, so that everything they're doing is in relation to getting to God, so that I have total say, if you will, or total liberty. They've given me license to involve myself with their lives at every corner, every junction. So in a way, it's like a city ashram, if you will, except it doesn't have any institutional identity, and I can walk out anytime I want to, which is the only way I could do it.
This message is coming across strong and clear lately. Last week with Swami Amarjyoti, there was a discussion of listening to the conscience as the first step before you can go on to hear the inner voice, that you can't let yourself off the hook. You've got to listen and you've got to act on it. And you can't say, well, next time, or qualify something. And
well, you can make the distinction between people who, I made it last night, I think, I'm not sure, who want God and those who want God.
Right.
See, I'd say most of us, most of the time, want to want God. They sort of want to be aimed in the right direction, but they don't want to shake the game too much. They don't want to give up or risk. They're not ready to say, okay, you take my life and get me to God, all right? You can have it all. I don't want it. I'll do it all. Anything you say, I'll do. That's the act of surrender. And you're surrendering to somebody who doesn't want you. They just want you liberated, really. You know, and that's the way you've got to trust intuitively. Like, I realized I was ready to be a teacher when I didn't really want to see anybody anymore. See, as long as I kept wanting to collect people, I distrusted my own teaching. But now my teaching comes out of a whole different motivation. I really look at a being and I see only where they're not. I see their soul, which I love incredibly, and then I see the stuff that's keeping them from knowing who they are. And that just brings out of me my Kali nature. It brings out that sword, and I just go after it. And it's all very automatic. I function just like a computer. It really is incredible when I'm in that teaching role. In fact, I get myself into a certain space through meditation. I come into a space where there is no more Ram Dass. There's just this incredible instrument for purification.
There was a time when you'd say work through things, do anything, but be conscious of it.
Well,
now you seem to be saying no.
No, I'm not exactly saying
voice.
No, because if you say no at the wrong time, it's all a matter of timing. If you say no at the wrong time, the person spends all their time being preoccupied with that no.
Right.
See, the game is at which point can you give something up and then take that energy and redirect it somewhere else. If you give it up, but you can't quite give it up, and you spend your time being preoccupied with having given it up, you are reinforcing the thing itself, the reality of that thing, like lust, for example. So if you walk down the street and you start to get horny, if you can at that moment offer that and put your mind into something that will open you and take that energy and work with it, great. If you can't do it and you just sit around being horny all day, forget it. That's not getting you any closer to God at all. The game is to get to God, not to be holy. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's the difference. That there's a real thing to do here, and so that you get less caught in the rituals and forms than in the getting there, right? So that I have nothing wrong with telling somebody, you go ahead and jerk off for a while. That's all cool, because you've got all that stagnant energy. You can't use it anyway. You might as well get rid of it. Just don't create a lot of karma with it, right? Because they can't use that energy anyway. Later, they can take it and convert it and work with it.
When do you know that point?
Yeah,
when you know you can work with it.
Along that same line, you were mentioning surrender and putting your trust in that, and you mentioned the game that's going on. There are a lot of people ostensibly playing that game of offering God, and I think it would be interesting if you could share how you surrendered and at some point and decided to give your trust to someone and say, okay, here it is, I'm here, take over. Because there are a lot of people running around saying, here, follow me, I've got the answers. And how does someone know?
It isn't a process where suddenly you know completely. In this particular scene, I've had in a way, the heavy burden, because I had to face all the doubts. After all, this woman that I'm studying with is the most unlikely figure to follow, right? But then so was Maharaj-ji in India. But with Maharaj-ji, I had Bhagwan Das, who I felt was spiritually connected, and I thought I trusted that, and I felt his power immediately. And it was a spiritual scene around him, but this wasn't even a spiritual scene particularly that heavily. And I faced hundreds of hours of doubt, and then each time I would have to rerun my tapes of the whole thing that had happened and see the basic purity of it. And all I knew is every time I took a sounding, here was this being who was totally committed to my liberation, and I couldn't find an edge in the whole game. And the more I kept running my paranoia through, and she would taunt me about that paranoia, she would taunt me about my doubt. And she'd often demand I give up the doubt, which just increases the doubt, of course. When somebody says, I'm your teacher, and I demand you give up any doubt of me as being the perfect teacher, right? That just works with your doubt. And then you've got to decide at that moment, look, am I going to go the trip or am I going to sit back, right? And all I knew was that this was the purest, most connected vibration that I could find around. And I wanted to get on bad enough to go, and to eat my own doubts. And I think that the process of listening and trusting your own intuitive judgment, like I've seen a lot of people today who have been with one master or another here on the West Coast, and they say, well, there's something in me that keeps me from doing this. Should I treat that as a weakness in me, as they tell me it is, or should I listen to it? And my whole statement always has been, listen to it. You may be wrong, but it's okay. Better to train yourself to tune to your own inner voice. Although at some point, your inner voice will tell you to do things that go contrary to every other part of your ego, and you'll be screaming. I remember being invited to go and sit at the Rohatsu Dai Sesshin at the with Sasaki Roshi down in Southern California, up in Mount Baldy. And it was a 9-day winter sesshin, and it was, I've talked about this one before.
Yeah, it's a great story.
And I went, and I didn't think I was professional. I'd never sat zazen, and they said, oh, you can do it. And I came in, it was miserable. It was cold, the food was lousy. They had me up at 2 in the morning and down at 10, and I got sick, and by the 3rd day I had a sore throat and a cold, and I thought maybe I could use an excuse and get out, and I got very paranoid, and how could I get rid of it? And at that point, though I was plotting how to escape, which I have done in this scene many times, and I did with Maharaj-ji many times, I was plotting the way to escape. I knew in my inner being that this was really, really just what I needed, and I knew that I had to stay in it. And here was a situation where my inner voice was going contrary to every other part of my being, my health, my desires, my model of who I was, and all that. You know, so I trust that voice, that it's not necessarily choosing the easiest way. It is tuned to getting me home. That's it. It's tuned to getting me to God. There's no doubt about that now. And often it will take one part of my game and work on it and completely ignore another part. And I'll be very loose in one area of my life. And then, because it doesn't seem ready to play with just yet, you know, and then I'll go turn on it and clean it up. And I'm very fluid in the way I play with my own desire systems and so on. I mean, I played much more loosely than I play now before, you know. Like now I am brahmachari, and that's that. I mean, that one is over now.
But only when you could reach a point where you weren't giving it up, you were surrendering.
Yes, and not only that, but I was starting to get something in return that was a hell of a lot more than what I was giving up, which was made it a little nicer too.
Now, at some point, your inner voice or your conscience said, or your intellect, it's hard to pin down, said, well, you don't keep pornographic pictures around if you're going to be brahmachari. You don't go to a porno flick, which at one point you were relating, you know, that you had been in a line.
Yeah. Well, you get to the point where you have screwed around for so many years. I mean, I'm 44 years old now. Either I'm going to spend my rest of my life being a spiritual dilettante and being sort of somebody who's always talking about the other guys who made it, or I'm going to do it. And at some point you say, look, here, I mean, that's really what she was confronting me with, what Maharaj-ji was saying. Okay, let's go do it now. You know, you've talked about it so nice, and you got into the middle place, but why don't you go the whole trip right now? Okay? And once you make the decision to do that, then every act comes up, is it getting me there or isn't it? And there's no sense in it. There's no sense in feeding those other desire systems in yourself, because you're just making the damn job harder. And either don't go or go.
So this is where your discrimination tells you what to do.
Yeah, exactly.
And just what is contributive and what is detrimental.
And it's got to be with every...
And that's what you start listening to.
That's what you start listening to. And your criterion is very simply, is going to get me there, isn't it? You know? And that's who you're with and what you talk about and what you say. It was...
No outs. You don't allow yourself any outs.
No, you don't. It was interesting because I had a number of visitors today who I could have talked about a lot of other things with. Politics, a lot of things. And it was interesting because all we talked about was God, because that's all that interests me. God and how to get to God. And
whereas at one point you would use those as devices
at one point,
to speak
I would
about
have,
God.
Or I would have played whatever other games were available that our shared consciousness could play. I mean, like Jerry Rubin came by today. Well, Jerry and I have a long history together. I was speaking to Owsley, and Owsley and I have a long history together. tonight I had a very special visitor. Jerry Brown, the governor, came by to say hello, and he and I could talk about thousands of things, about prisons and politics. And we talked about God all the time. We talked about states of samadhi and opening of the spirit, and we just had a fantastically beautiful hour together of just talking about God. And to me, that was, see, because that's all that I've got left. You know, I looked and I thought, here's the governor, what do I want? And I don't want anything. I mean, all I saw was that
What
the only
do you both
reason...
want?
Exactly. I mean, our work is something different now. It's very beautiful together. Very informal and very loving and gentle.
God, that would look nice on the Sunday paper on the front page.
What?
Jerry Brown and Ram Dass talking about God. It'd be interesting.
On Sunday, yeah, in the religion section.
Oh, on the front page.
I think it...
Well, I don't think I was betraying any confidence that we visited. That seemed like a... Sure, it's not like
Seems right somehow.
Jerry Ford's son having Bianca Jagger in the Lincoln room.
Gee, it feels good to be here.
And maybe Krishna Das can play something for us.
That would be nice.
Could you do that?
Krishna Das plays a dotara, huh?
What is a dotara? I see one string or two?
2 strings.
And it's
not an
a
official
gourd?
instrument.
It's not an
It's a
official
gourd,
instrument.
yeah, with a skin over the hole.
And a very long
Bridge
neck.
on the skin.
And I should tell our listeners that this is KQED-FM in San Francisco. You're listening to New Dimensions. We're going to go past midnight tonight through the graciousness of KQED, and we thank them for that.
Ram Dass and Krishna Das transcend.
Just touch me one at a time to stop. Towards the end. Oh
don't know who to thank. Thank us.
It's nice stuff, isn't it? That's the love of the mother. That's the devotion of the mother.
By any other name. Just as sweet.
We have a phone call on line 1. If you'd like to take a phone call.
I think we should share this evening with listeners.
Hello?
Hello. Do I have to turn down the volume?
No.
No, you're okay.
All right. Yes, I would like to ask Ram Dass, how can I say? Well, first of all, I'm gay. Second of all, I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous for the last 5 years. And I've been in to be here now since I came across it in 72. And in my halfway together searching, I have gone to a number of different disciplines, spiritual communes or whatever, the Krishna people in Boston, sort of an AA thing called Eastridge, which is upstate New York, and the Ananda Meditation Retreat in Nevada City. Anyway, all of these people, one way or another, either are intolerant of homosexuality, gayness, or have sort of there's 2 other people here that are somewhat like that, you know. Of course, at the moment, I still have a lot of emotional investment in this area, and I was just wondering if Ram Dass could say anything about, one, a lineage that doesn't have any particular bias on sexual orientation. Yeah, I guess that's about it. I'm just wondering, quite frankly, at where I'm at right now, the only places that I've found total acceptance is in the gay aspects of Alcoholics Anonymous, which even AA, not gay, is totally embracing.
Yeah, I hear your
or
question.
the MCC Church. But other places, there's always, like I have a letter from Swami Kriyananda. I was very impressed with the Ananda Village and their meditation retreat. But his letter, you know, really just says, hey man, you know, normal sex is something you got to grow away from. Abnormal sex is, you know, doesn't even perpetuate people. I'm sorry my feelings may hurt you, but I have to let you know where I'm at. That's what his letter in general says. That's my question.
Right. I have it.
Now I should hang up, right?
You can.
You may.
It's okay. Earlier we were talking about a lot depends on what stage you're at in the journey and what kind of commitment you want to make. The recognition that you are a being who has incarnated into a body and into a psychological situation, and that your soul, or that part of you, which is what awakens, or what you recognize yourself to be as a result of your spiritual work, is actually neither male nor female, and really hasn't much to do with the whole drama of our psychological identities. Now, in general, as you proceed with this work, you begin to look back on your life and see a lot of things that seemed like terrible liabilities or burdens as things that were part of your purification, or ways in which you learn compassion, which you needed to develop in this lifetime. And you ultimately recognize the exquisiteness of the design of your own life. And from that point of view, you're not judging any particular set of acts in terms of good and evil. You're judging them only in terms of how consciously you were able to utilize those acts in order to awaken through them. Now, in general, as you proceed with this work, you begin to look back on your life and see a lot of things that seemed like terrible liabilities or burdens as things that were part of your purification or ways in which you learn compassion, which you needed to develop in this lifetime. And you ultimately recognize the exquisiteness of the design of your own life. And from that point of view, you're not judging any particular set of acts in terms of good and evil. You're judging them only in terms of how consciously you were able to utilize those acts in order to awaken through them. That includes alcoholism and any kind of sexual predilection you might have. Now, I don't think that anything that I'm connected with has any attitudes at all about what kind of sex an individual is into, but understanding in a way, not the way Kriyananda said it, but close to it, that ultimately all of that energy will be used to go to God, because the whole attraction to another person's body, the whole experience of that kind of, quote, lust, which is an attraction to an object, is a relationship level that ultimately moves you away from being a fully conscious being. And ultimately, it would fall away. I think it's better to think of it as something that will fall away rather than something that one should impose restrictions, especially out of any moral code, because I don't think it's a moral issue, actually, at all. And at least not from a spiritual point of view, I don't think it is. I think from a spiritual awakening point of view, the game is how much do you want God, and to preoccupy yourself with getting to God, and treat your homosexuality, your alcoholism, your age, your economics, all of it as support systems that are either getting you there or not getting you there. And the ones that aren't, you start to shape them up, and the ones that are, you hold on to. It's as simple as that. And in other words, you shift your focus about who you are, so that instead of being busy being I'm a homosexual, or I'm a professor, or I'm a this, or I'm a woman, or I'm a man, I'm a being going to God. And these are all the things that I'm working with in this lifetime. And if I work with intolerance, you can see that intolerance as a terrible drag, or you can see it as a fire of purification. Because if somebody's intolerant to you about some part of your social behavior, and you respond to that with compassion and love, they're the ones that are stuck with the karma from their lack of compassion, not you. If you buy into it, that's your problem. So it becomes, you end up thanking all these ashrams for laying a trip on you, because it's getting you through to clean up your own game, your own attitudes about it. I think that deals with that gentleman's question.
Beautifully.
We have some more.
Sure do.
We sure do.
Hello.
Hello. I have two quick questions. Actually, they're not quick. The first one is, how do you remember to remember? And the second one is, what does Ram Dass think about giving up the want or the desire of getting there? That is, to God, getting to God. Isn't that a desire too?
Right. Hi. Okay, I'll answer.
He's here. You're talking directly to him.
How do you remember to remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the at first you often use methods, almost what would seem like artificial techniques, like, for example, mantra or japa beads or things like that. And you'll be doing the mantra and you'll lose it and then it'll come back again.
Yeah, but what do you do when you know those just don't work anymore? I mean, they're external.
Well,
they're outside.
Yeah. One of the things I've done with my students is I've had them define the major activities that they do each day as an exercise, and then attend to each activity and figure out the way in which that activity could be used to awaken them, like working in a subway or something like that. And they actually program their days as vehicles for awakening through their regular experiences. And what happens if you follow the path of the dance is that you keep forgetting and you keep remembering
that you're forgetting.
That you're remembering that you're forgetting, and that remembering, you keep forgetting as often as you ever forgot, but you keep remembering sooner and sooner and sooner, because you get to the point, which is the way it happened with me anyway, where the forgetting brings you into a different vibrational space, and that heaviness awakens you. It's like suddenly it's like you've been walking in a sunny day and suddenly you're in the fog. And that fog makes you realize the sun just went out. You're not seeing the sun anymore. And I find that like I'll be going along and I will start the day in a certain space, and then I'll go out and I'll notice I'll start to pick up stuff from other people. And I'll start to get heavier and heavier. Now sometimes it's so subtle that I don't notice the forgetting process. It's not some big gross thing like getting angry at somebody. It's just subtle stuff. And then I will begin to notice that I'm feeling fatigue or I'm feeling something, and that will awaken me, because I know that in another state, none of that would be pulling on me. And then what I do is I usually go into a men's room and I sit down in the can and I just start to do a breath that clears me out. It just clears out all the sludge that I've collected. A very simple breath that just starts to awaken me a little bit. Actually, what I'm saying to you is that this is forcing you to examine how much you want to get done. Because in part what you're doing is you're trying to convince yourself you want to get rid of things that you apparently still don't want to get rid of.
Well, but what about impatience? I guess that's my second question.
Consume it.
The incredible impatience of wanting to...
Impatience isn't going to get you there any faster.
I know.
Well, then it's going to have to be something... Everything that's not going to get you to God, you got to give up. Okay? You don't have to give it up. You got to give up the attachment to it. Now, the last one, the desire for God, that one you hold on until the end. That's the one that is the final. That's the one that Ramana Maharshi describes as the stick you use to stir the funeral pyre, and that's the one you finally throw onto the fire right at the very end.
Uh-huh.
And you hold on to that, and you use that as a cudgel to get rid of all the others. So that constantly...
And the habit of being virtuous and holy, does that go before the stick?
Oh, it sure does. Sure does. That's one of the early ones to go.
Mm-hmm.
That one is practically like lust.
Yeah.
That's no, that's got to go too. That's got to go. You just got to get, because righteousness really doesn't get you to truth. Truth gets you to righteousness, but righteousness doesn't get you to truth. Unfortunately.
The phony holies.
The phony holies are as bad as the phony unholies.
Yeah, getting their spiritual cards punched.
But what you're doing is you're bugged because you're not totally straight with yourself, that you don't really want to get there as badly as you'd like to think you'd like to get there. Because otherwise you wouldn't forget so much. You'd be just working harder most of the time. You'd be filling your mind more with stuff. There wouldn't be those pulls. What's pulling you? What's getting you to forget in the first place? That's it. See? Whatever it is that gets you to forget, examine it. At the end of each day, keep a diary of everything that got you to forget. And then see how much it is you want those things, and do you want to hold on to them or not? Maybe you do at this point.
I wonder if here there isn't a difference between impatience and anxiety.
Yeah, I think that once you have the faith that you are going to make it through, that you're doing fine, you're going to get there, then you start to get a patience with it. I mean, the first time you hit a plateau that experiences a plateau, and you figure, well, I've blown it, nothing more is happening, I'm getting stagnant. Then later you see that that stagnation was only an illusion and there was actually a process going on. After you've been through that a few times, the next time you get to a plateau, you say, another one of these ones, and you get to be very blasé about the process because you know it's always working, because you trust your motive that you really want to get done.
I keep getting an image of climbing a mountain and chipping footholds.
Exactly. But there's another image of the mountain, is you climb a mountain and you come to these way stations, and they're groovy. They got restaurants and beautiful views. And why go on? It's really nice there. And you've still been a mountain climber. You did a little mountain climbing. And then you notice that the people who go to the next level have boots and you had sneakers, and you don't think you're ready, so maybe next year, and then you come with the boots, you go to the next level. And that's a nice social scene at that way station. Then there's just a very rough path going on beyond that, and it's cold and dark immediately. It goes around the dark side of the mountain, and who wants to do that? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for calling.
Good night.
Night. Our phone number here, in case you didn't get it, is 864-2051.
They must have. They're all busy.
Yeah. They snuck
folks
through and looked in the telephone directory, I think. Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, I was wondering if anyone could tell me where I could procure the Ram Dass lecture tapes at all.
Yeah, you can get them from the Hanuman Foundation.
How is that spelled?
Hanuman.
Okay.
Hanuman Foundation. 276 Riverside Drive, New York, 10025.
Okay. Thank you much.
You're welcome.
It just seemed
Who paid
funny,
him, do you
someone
think?
asking for tapes. Hello.
Hello.
You're here.
Yes.
Is the radio too loud?
No, it's all right.
It may be. You might try and turning it down.
Okay. Sounds like an echo chamber.
Yeah, we're getting some feedback.
I guess that was it.
I wanted to turn it up a little bit. Huh? Yeah, that's good. Right there. I wanted to thank Krishna Das for what was said. And thank Ram Dass for the trucking mantra. And the only dance there is. And I had a question that has been coming up. I've been doing the phases thing a lot, the emerging, dissolving phases. And I get a sense of the more intense phases, or the ones that tend to repeat with a certain individual, as coming from a relationship experienced in a previous materialization. And there seems to be a lot of validation in what happens going into it with that idea in mind. And I wonder if that's something that you could comment on from your own experience.
Okay. What he's talking about, for those of you that aren't familiar with that, is a technique in which you look into another person's eyes and focus there, and then the faces start to change. I would suggest that if in truth you want to get on with it, you don't get too preoccupied with the content of what you see or an analysis of why that content exists. The process is one of, as it's said in the, I think, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, facing the 10,000 beautiful and 10,000 frightful visions. And so you just notice them, and you notice your reactions to them, whether it's that of passion, arousal, or boredom, or hatred, or fear, or whatever you do, and then you offer that one up, or consume it, and then get on with it, and then allow the face to change again. The minute you get into analysis of why the faces are the way they are, you're in a way perpetuating an identity of yourself, whether it be this plane or previous incarnations or all. That's all just sort of stuff in a way, and it's better not to preoccupy yourself too intensely with that stuff. It's the same with dream analysis.
Isn't that information like an incredibly valuable or full memory, in a sense, of experiences, which, if it can be brought into consciousness in the awake state, can just eliminate a hell of a lot of experiential necessities, in doing it this time.
Not necessarily, because if you have done it in the past, whether you're conscious of it or not, you'll probably won't have a very intense desire to have to repeat it anyway.
So the thing is just to keep letting go of it.
I think it's a better strategy to not make a big deal out of the stuff, because there is such richness. There is a never-ending supply of the experiences you've had in the thousands and thousands of incarnations you've had. And once you start this, it's a never-ending process of collecting information about yourself.
Is there some essential personality that predominates, literally predominates,
the way to
throughout all realizations? And
there may
behind this personality.
There may be that, and you may feel much drawn to a Shiva lineage or a Vishnu lineage or a Buddha lineage or however you want to talk about these, Zeus lineage or something like that, and see these patterns reoccurring over incarnations. But in general, let that all happen serendipitously rather than focusing on it. Let it just sort of come up and force itself upon your attention, because if it is necessary for your dharma that you know who you were at any point, you'll damn well know without you having to analyze it to figure it out.
When you're ready for the name, you get the information.
You'll get it. You'll really get it. Okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take care.
Hello.
Hi. I was interested in talking to Ramdas about language and the problem that you run into when you talk about God. That it can have a whole spectrum of meaning as to what God really means, and some people might not believe in God, and yet they really do at some level. And at another level, people can be just attached to the idea of believing in God, and they, you can get fooled by just the very nature of your language.
Absolutely.
And
right on. Only you know, and only you can keep purifying it in the sense of making it real again. But from a functional point of view, the relation to, quote, God as a concept, and it is a concept, because what God is not conceptual.
That's really what the nature of God as a concept, like...
yeah, it's a concept, okay. But I'm trying to explain to you something. Would you wait a second?
Alan Watts has sometimes frequently kind of, in a sense a joke, but also extremely realistically said that, does a dog have Buddha nature? Well, of course, the answer is yes, a dog does have Buddha nature because he has his own nature. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't even have a concept of God at all in the sense that we are preoccupied with it. And almost like it seems to me that God is...
Dogs don't get enlightened.
With our estrangement.
Dogs don't get enlightened.
Dogs don't get enlightened?
No, not as dogs they don't. I'm sorry. But look, rather than go on and on, let me just explain that the reason that I'm involved, not a reason, my relationship to God is a purely one that I work with in my heart. It's not one that I work with my reason. And I don't really give a damn what I even mean by it. All I know is it's something to which my heart opens. And recently I had an interview with a fellow who has been trained as a Buddhist and found the word God very reprehensible. And so I looked for a word in his universe that would be workable, and the word was Dharma. And all I had him saying was, I love you, Dharma. Oh, Dharma, I love you. Oh, I love you, Dharma. And that was serving that process. He was a little rusty for a while, but I don't give a damn what word is used. And I know it has excess meaning, but I play with that excess meaning and that anger and that irritation to show people how they cling to their own models about concepts. Because what I'm interested in, and what I say specifically, is what God is not a concept anyway. It's just a label. Thank you.
Okay.
Isn't it? It's sort of like talking about it intellectually and then talking about it experientially. You don't have to talk about it if you experience it.
Exactly. And you're always just pointing. It's denoting something that isn't labelable. And but for people who have related to those spaces in which you experience the presence of God, it's a very real experience. And it's the same predicament that for somebody that's looking at it from outside, they get caught in linguistic delicacies and intellectual delights, but that isn't the same thing as the experience of God, which you could experience as an orgasmic relation with the fullness of the universe. I mean, there are a lot of little ways you can talk about or play. You want to say anything about that?
Hello.
Hello, I'm looking for an opinion more than anything else concerning the use of proper use or improper use of the Book of Changes. I wonder if you'd have an opinion about that. I feel, for instance, in my own life that I am involved with a great deal of time in looking just within this one realm, and that it doesn't allow for an entirety. It is very clearly Taoistic, but I wonder if this could sound silly, but I wonder if I should be more modern and ignore these things, you know? You know what I'm talking about?
Just happens we're sitting here with the I Ching. That far up. It says, the Master said, the changes, what do? The changes disclose things, complete affairs, and encompass all ways on earth. This and nothing else. For this reason, the holy sages use them to penetrate all wills on earth and to determine all fields of action on earth and to settle all doubts on earth. Now, you opened that randomly? Yeah, pretty impressive.
This has been working.
That it works.
The I Ching always works.
Regularly. But it is all about earth. And the laws of the universe exist on every plane, and you can study them in terms of the physical plane, and the I Ching will help you see the law in everything, or the flow in everything. And in that way, it'll help you get it together on this plane of existence. Your identities on other planes are not necessarily facilitated by this method. It's not the optimum method for exploring other planes of your own identity. What its beauty is in loosening the hold of any models or molds you have to any specific take of reality, and keeps giving you new perspectives. And the deeper you grow with any holy book, the more you awaken, the more you'll find in the book. You may have used the book to the point now where it's a limiting condition for you, because the Taoist philosophy may not be your lineage. It may not be the way that can take you all the way through. And so you may feel, well, in this way my mind is still being played with too much, and I have to quiet my mind more. And then you'll be drawn to, say, Vipassana meditation or something like that.
Beg your pardon?
You'll be drawn to, say, Theravadan Buddhist meditation, or just following the breath, or something like that. And every time you have a question, like the way I live is when I have a question now, I conclude that I'm apparently not in the right space, because if I were, I'd know the answer. So when I have a question, I just start to empty my mind. And I just go into another place where the answer is. So I just keep emptying. If I have a question, I know I must not be in the right space to have the answer, because when I'm really in the flow, there are no questions and there are no answers. There's just it all opening before me, like you're driving down a highway and the trees are just coming by you in this way. And that's what life becomes. It's just a process of playing, of opening to. And the whole intellective choice business becomes quite trivial.
At the point when you're driving, when I'm experiencing what you're talking about, when you're driving down the highway, that's all right. That experience is full, but it's the points, I feel like there are points in between driving down the highways or getting to the highway, which is that once I'm on the highway, it's all right. But if there's...
Your model, though, of those places as quote in-between places, that's a statement created by your mind, because actually every moment is part of the highway. So what you're doing is you're defining one moment as different from another moment. That's something your mind is doing. And at that moment, if you see that working, if you start to let go of the mind model you have, you're right back in the flow again. because I can sit in a situation that, quote, could be, quote, called boring, and I'm waiting for the action to begin again. And then I am fascinated because at that moment, the minute I feel one of those states, I just empty, and then suddenly the boredom is as much part of the process of my life as anything else. And I'm no longer running and grabbing and pushing and pulling, and it's not this or that, or here or there. Can you hear what I'm trying to suggest?
I believe so.
Right. Nice to talk to you. Nice beings calling up, you know? I really like their vibrations.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, I had a question. You had mentioned several times before something about grace as a product of suffering.
Yeah.
And I had two questions on that. First of all, I'm not quite clear what you mean by grace, how you define it. And secondly, would that apply to some kind of a suffering that a person had voluntarily got into, like an athlete's training or something like that?
Let's see. What I said was suffering is grace, meaning that suffering is a vehicle for awakening. Let me now, in the light of more recent training on my part, to redefine grace a little bit. When you get to the point of the initial awakening, where you're starting to reach for a more profound identity, or reach for God or a higher state of consciousness, or freedom or liberation, whatever you want to call it, at that point, that reaching in purity brings down upon you grace. Now, one way you could see the grace is in the sense of allies or guides or guardian angels or gurus, or however you want to think of that, on one plane or another. This is all grace. These are beings who are there to help you on your way once you want to go the journey. Only if you want to go the journey. If you don't, they leave you alone. Now, when you bring it down to daily experiences, you can take suffering and see that once you are awakening, you take every experience in your life and see it as a vehicle for awakening. And then it turns out that the vehicles that are pleasant tend to keep you in the models, while the vehicles that are unpleasant tend to force you to awaken more. And in that sense, suffering becomes grace. That is, it forces the awakening more than pleasure forces awakening. So you could, if you're doing it within this new definition of grace, you would say that you have asked to be liberated, and the teachings impose these sufferings on you as the fire to purify you, to awaken you. And these sufferings can be, I think that anything that you go through that involves suffering, whether you have imposed it through like athletic training or something like that, would certainly qualify, because the suffering is quite independent of how you got into it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. That was interesting. I learn a lot by answering questions, because I never know I know any of that stuff. I don't really care either, but...
Hi.
Hello. Ramdas?
Yeah.
You getting some feedback?
Some feedback? No, it's cool.
Oh, okay. My girlfriend and I are not really doing anything right now, except realizing that going to God is the only thing to do. Yet we feel sort of directionless. So what can we do? Is it possible to become your students and keep a very open relation? Or are all students required to cut loose of such goings on? Hello, Ramdas?
Yeah.
You getting some feedback?
Some feedback? No, it's cool.
Oh, okay. My girlfriend and I are not really doing anything right now, except realizing that going to God is the only thing to do. Yet we feel sort of directionless. So what can we do? Is it possible to become your students and keep a very open relation? Or are all students required to cut loose of such goings on?
if you wish to go on in the journey of going to God, the best strategy is to start to create a space in your life which you fill with consciousness about this journey. And if, for example, at some time in the day, you and your girlfriends, lady friends, were to share, say, the reading of the Gospel of Ramakrishna, and then share a contemplation meditation, contemplate on the different qualities of realization together, like on compassion one day, on love on another, and so on. And then start to build into your life just these little reminders and ways of becoming a little more conscious. Chant or sing together in the evening, or do some things like that. That will start to put into perspective the importance of all of the rest of your activities that are at the moment very real and solid for you. Because you'll start to have experiences in your meditations that will change the need or the desire for the kinds of fulfillments you've been getting through food or sex or socializing or dope or whatever it is you've been doing. And rather than this kind of violent, no, it's not good, stop it, I think that's a very unrealistic strategy. I think a much more optimum strategy is just start to fill your life with where it is you're going to. If you're truly saying, I want it, then start to create spaces for it in your life and let the rest of the stuff take its course as it will for the time being anyway. Is that fair enough?
We're sort of starting to, like I said, we're just sort of traveling. We're here visiting for a little while. And there's really nothing pulling on us, and we're not doing any dope, and like we're just realizing we're not really doing much in the way of sex either. And still sort of, beginning to see God and everything and every experience and everything that's happening, yet there's just still not a sort of thing that's cementing it together.
Yeah. Well, in the space you're in,
I mean, we're ready. We're ready, but there's just not that thing happening.
Well, see, that's a kind of a paradox, because if you are ready, it starts to happen. There isn't any, the idea of wanting somebody else to make it happen for you is reflecting the fact that you aren't really wanting it fully to happen yet, or you'd create a space in which it would happen. I mean, even the fact that you're moving around, if you want, like I'll go off and take my Volkswagen camper out to the desert for 6 weeks, and in those 6 weeks I'll create a space where I can go into all kinds of inner stuff. You can just go into a closet and close the door and you'll confront more stuff than you would in 100 years of sort of floating around looking for teachers. I think that you have to, first of all, be brutally honest with yourself about your own motivations, because somebody that's waiting to have it done to them is, in a sense, kidding themselves a little bit. Because I think the first act, the first effort has to be your effort. And I don't think it's enough just to go and hand yourself over to somebody. I think it's an effort of attempting to change the perceptual vantage point of your life a little bit. And that's the hardest one, because your life is nice, and we've all learned how to make nice lives, or easy lives, or comfortable lives. Am I dealing with your question at all?
Yeah, in truth, our life is really, it's not nice and it's not easy. We are really in this space where, we trust the things that have come out through reading The Only Dance There Is and Be Here Now, and listening to some of your tapes and stuff. And like a lot of other people who are doing their things, it feels good and we learn and stuff. And it's just like we just don't go into anything full blown. I mean, there's just like always a pull not to, but yet with the things that you are putting out, we don't hold back. Mm-hmm. Yet there's just something that we're not connecting on.
I understand. So, what is it you want, you think?
What
are you asking for, do you think?
What are we asking for?
Yeah.
To work with you.
That's what I thought you were asking for. Why don't you drop me a note and remind me of this conversation?
Okay.
And we'll see what happens.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping we would come to that. Hello.
Hello, Papa G.
Yeah.
How does one overcome the negativity of the people around him when when one is full of energy and wants to radiate love and joy and awareness, but when he approaches a being and they will not look him in the face or he smiles at them, they think he has some ulterior motive. They say this guy wants to do something to me, or I better watch him.
Yeah.
So how do you overcome these difficulties? Because after a while, you become negative because they're negative towards you.
Mm. Yeah, I hear your predicament exactly. One of the things you learn along the way in this dance is that it really isn't possible to lay a trip on another being. I mean, you can do it, but there are going to be incredible repercussions, as you're finding out, or feedback or flack from it. And you learn to become what you are and let that go forth. It's like throwing bread upon the waters. And if somebody doesn't respond to it, you see it with compassion as their predicament. And whether you buy it back or not, that's your work on yourself.
Oh.
See, like you're saying, I'll give you a gift if you give me a gift back. And your game now is to just become the gift of love and light and peace and joy and just be it. Whoever dances with it was ready to dance with it. Whoever doesn't, you have compassion for them and you love them. Because imagine how horrible it is to be in their world where they can't experience the joy from another human being or the love that's coming from another human being. And that brings out your compassion, and all you can do is love them more. But that's their predicament, and you don't have to change anybody, because in fact you really can't. You can merely be a statement of it. You become like a beautiful shade tree that anybody that is ready can come under and get shade from. But if they're not, you don't go out with tentacles and grab them and pull them under the shade tree. So that you create an environment everywhere you go where anybody that's ready to become love, light, and joy, immediately when they come into your vibrational space, they get it. But at the same moment, if they're not ready, you bless them and love them and have compassion towards them.
Well, this is hard to uphold. Like sometimes, I figured I should go out there incognito because if I try, I know it's going to have some, adverse effects on me.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I try to absorb, but I get sick.
You get sick?
Yeah, if I try.
Yeah, well, that's because, see, you don't know how to get rid of the stuff when you get it. There's a whole process of clearing yourself. Because I know, see, it's very delicate to be a really open human being and pick up all this stuff that comes from the environment and not get caught with it. It's one thing if there are different ways in which you pick up stuff. Sometimes you say to somebody, look, if you've got a heavy thing like anger or something, give it to me, I'll take it. Like I say to a lot of people, just say, here, Ramdas, you take it, and then give it up to me, and I will take it. And they say, won't you get stuck with it? And I'll say, no, because you gave it up. I didn't take it from you. If I take it from you, I get stuck with it. If you give it to me, it goes right through me and goes right up to God. I don't get stuck with it at all. Now, I don't take stuff from people, so I don't get stuck with it. But subtly, you do sometimes when you're walking down the street. You look at somebody and you feel pity. You've picked up that stuff from them. Any number of emotions you pick up.
Right.
And what you've got to learn is how to do breathing to clear and to offer up this stuff. And if you just start to take in deep breaths, and with each deep breath just say, here, take this heaviness, here, take this pain, this anger, take whatever it is, and just keep offering it to Kali or to me or to God or to Christ or to whoever it is you feel tuned to, then you're offering the stuff up that you've collected and you're getting rid of it. Because you're saying, look, it's not getting me to God, I want to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Okay? No matter where it came from.
The trick is to realize you don't want it. When you realize that you don't want it yourself, then it goes out of you very quickly.
Yeah.
A lot of times we pick stuff up and we have a subtle, we dig taking stuff from people. And in that way we want it. So you have to realize you don't want it. and you let it go.
I have to realize that I don't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you just want to let it go.
And the technique is to take deep breaths.
Take deep breaths, and with each out-breath, give it up. And then consciously say, here, Christ, you take it, or whoever you're offering it to. Here, you take it.
Well, is there a method of purifying it, like doing the meditation, like sending it to the plane of fire and trying to purify it there?
Well, the other way is to take that energy, if you can do it, and you breathe in through your heart, take all that junk, and take it up through your head and go out the top of your head and go up to God on that energy. In other words, you take the energy and you use it to go up on. See, that's when you...
to go up on?
Yeah, you can take the energy and convert it and use it to go up on. See, that's what I do. I feed on a lot of negative energy. Because ultimately, you don't get caught in the content. You just get the energy out of it. Like if somebody says, you son of a... and they're screaming at you, that's just pure energy coming at you. If you get caught in the content of it, that's your hang-up. But if you just take the energy and go right up on it, you can use it just the way it is.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for calling. Go ahead.
You want to say something? Go ahead.
Well, it's best, like he mentioned something about taking up to the plane of fire.
Yeah.
And that's tricky stuff.
Talk about it.
Well, it's tricky stuff going into other planes before you know yourself too well.
Because you intensify the negative energy.
Yeah, you may be doing that.
Yeah.
And instead of really getting rid of it and purifying it, you're blowing up stuff in yourself that you're not quite aware of by going up into another plane with a load, with a lot of baggage.
Yeah, yeah. I think probably for him it would be better to just breathe it out.
Let it go, yeah.
Yeah.
Breathe it out.
We have maybe time for one more call.
Okay.
The station goes off the air at 1. Maybe next time you're here, we'll have our own radio station and we can go on.
That happens with us all the time. No matter how many hours we have, it's always the same.
We did, 6.5 hours once?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Ramdas.
Yes.
I have been much influenced by Jane Roberts' books, the Seth books. And I really do believe now, and the shoots are coming up from that seed, that I am the creator of all my reality. And that what you call coming to God is letting my higher self fuse with the lower self and letting it do the creating. And I'm wondering whether having to suffer, going through suffering and pain in order to grow isn't a core belief that we have programmed ourselves into, and that when we can let that go, we can open ourselves up to grace, and that it isn't a necessary a prerequisite to coming to God.
It is not a necessary prerequisite to coming to God. That is true. Suffering is not a necessary prerequisite. It's a very speedy vehicle, but it's not a necessary prerequisite. That's true. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there tickets still available for tomorrow at Pauley?
As far as I know, there are a few left, yeah. I don't really...
What time is that happening tomorrow?
It happens at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
At Pauley Ballroom?
Pauley Ballroom, and then Monday night is at Santa Cruz.
Civic Auditorium.
Civic Auditorium. I think that may be nearly sold out, because that's a...
I heard that it was.
Yeah, that's a heavy scene down there.
Yeah.
It's one of my old stomping grounds. I like that.
Got a lot of good folks up in the hills there.
Maybe you could give that address for tapes from the Hanuman Foundation again.
Sure, Hanuman Foundation.
Tape library,
276.
276.
Riverside Drive, New York, 10025. And that's also where you could write if you would like, if you have any friends that are in prison that would like to receive our journal called Inside Out, which is specifically for beings who are in prison to help them use their time in prison to get on with their spiritual work. And we publish it and give it away. So if you'd like a copy for somebody, let us know. We'd like to send it to them.
You've given me the opportunity to pass on a message from Dana from the Prison Ashram Project here. They're in need of at least 3 people to answer correspondence each week, or one person that can spend 3 days answering correspondence with prisoners. And if you'd like to volunteer for that particular effort, you can contact Dana at 1080 That's Box 1080, San Rafael 94902. And the telephone number, if you'd like to call, is 457-2990. If you have some time and would like to correspond with prisoners who have been writing to the Prison Ashram Project here. That's the message, the immediate need.
What's happening next week on New Dimensions, Will?
Well, we're having a program on Sufism, some tapes by Murshid Samuel L. Lewis on the Kabbalah.
There's 2 beautiful new books out of his.
They just keep coming.
Yeah.
And they're still into his correspondence.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of things.
I was just reading one today. Very, very high book.
Great man. And we'll try and cover some other aspects of Sufism as well, with slightly different viewpoints.
And we'll be having an interview with Gay Luce and Eric Pepper, talking about the work of Wolfgang Luthi, yes, and autogenic training.
And an interview with Dr. Kaushik.
Yes.
My goodness.
It's going to be a full week. They keep filling up. Such good things. Like being able to have you with us.
It's fun to share space so gently, isn't it? No? I really, I get very much bliss just from the connection with all the beings who are listening. You know, it's like a network of...
we do every week.
Yeah, I can see why you do. So it's very far out, because I can feel audiences now on the radio, you know? I do different kinds of shows, and the vibrations are entirely different.
Isn't our family nice?
Yeah, it is nice. Yeah.
Maybe we should mention the tapes, Michael, are available of other shows.
Yes, tapes of New Dimensions programs are available. Shuffle through quickly here. Cassette tapes are available. The prices are $5 per hour, or $15 for a full 4-hour program, plus 50 cents postage and handling, and California sales tax of 6%. Proceeds from the tape sales go towards covering expenses of producing New Dimensions radio programs. And we urge you to start a tape library. You're free to copy the tapes if you like. The only thing we ask is that you don't try and sell them again. But you can copy them to your heart's delight. So buy one and make 10 copies for your friends. If you'd like to order tapes or to get a list of those tapes available, you can write to New Dimensions Tapes at 519 Montgomery Street, San Francisco, 94111. And if you just want to write to us, you can do that too at New Dimensions, 519 Montgomery Street, San Francisco, 94111.
Do you play some of these tapes on the radio? Ever? I mean, do you
We
play
just
them
create
again?
them.
You just create them? Right. All your stuff is live? Okay.
Very rarely is anything replay. Once in a while when we have to take a vacation.
Right, okay.
It's the hardest thing to do of all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a full evening.
And Krishna Das, thanks for sharing that.
Thank you.
And this is Michael Toms.
And Will Nofke.
Saying good evening for the entire New Dimensions radio family. And thanks for sharing this evening with us. We'll talk to you next week.
God bless.
I was staying in a beautiful cabin that Arif and Elizabeth have created that is just filled with just essence feelings. And I was sitting in their meditation room. I was saying to Maharaj-ji, what is it you have in mind? I mean, it's none of my business, I know, but what are you planning to do this weekend? And I reached up onto a shelf in which there were a number of pamphlets of the teachings of Hazrat Inayat Khan, who is the father of Pir Vilayat Khan, and that's the lineage and transmission that the abode is receiving through its being here. And I picked out one of them randomly, and I opened it, and the teaching was a teaching that I often share, but it's always so fierce that I'm always reticent. And I said, Maharaj-ji, you really want to do it this way? And see, it's like throwing the I Ching or something like that, or heads and tails. You can throw it and say, well, whatever it comes up, and then it comes up a way you don't like, and you say, well, that's where the way those things are, and you can. But I figure now we all are here enough. So let's spend this next few minutes wrestling with really one of the scary problems of the spiritual journey. I'll start with this few paragraphs by Hazrat Inayat Khan, who's a great Sufi saint. It is selflessness, which often produces humbleness in one's spirit, taking away the intoxication which clouds the soul. Independence and indifference, which are the two wings which enable the soul to fly, spring from the spirit of selflessness. The moment the spirit of selflessness has begun to sparkle in the heart of a human, he or she shows in his word and action a nobility which no earthly power or wealth can give. To become something is a limitation, whatever it may be. Even if a person were to be called the king of the world, he would still not be the emperor of the universe. The master of the earth is still the slave of heaven. The selfless one is one who is no one, and yet is all. The Sufi, therefore, takes the path of being nothing instead of being something. It is this feeling of nothingness which turns the human heart into an empty cup into which the wine of immortality is poured. It is this state of bliss which every truth-seeking soul yearns to attain. It is easy to be learned, and it is not very difficult to be wise. It is within one's reach to become good, but there is an attainment which is greater and higher than all these things, and this is to be nothing. It may seem frightening to many, the idea of becoming nothing. For human nature is such that it is eager to hold on to something, and the self holds on to its own personality, its own individuality. Once one has risen above this, one has climbed Mount Everest. One has arrived at the spot where earth ends and heaven begins. It's a selection. Add to that D.T. Suzuki, Zen. To love God is to have no self, to be of no mind, to become a dead man, to be free from the constrictive motivations of consciousness. Mahatma Gandhi. There comes a time when an individual becomes irresistible, and his or her actions become all-pervasive in their effect. This comes when that person reduces himself to zero. When I was in Japan and studied in a Zen monastery in Kyoto, every day we would read, among other things, the statement, this is Hakuin's song, When you understand that form is the form of the formless, your coming and going takes place nowhere else but where you are. When you understand that thought is the thought of the thoughtless, your singing and dancing is no other than the voice of the Dharma. This is a translation of The Way of Chung Tzu by Thomas Merton. The true men of old knew no lust for life, no dread of death. Their entrance was without gladness, their exit yonder without resistance. Easy come, easy go. They did not forget where from, nor ask where to, nor drive grimly forward, fighting their way through life. They took life as it came, gladly, took death as it came, without care, and went away yonder, yonder. They had no mind to fight Tao, fight against the Tao. They did not try by their own contriving to help the Tao along. These are the ones we call true. Minds free, thoughts gone, brows clear, faces serene. Were they cool? Only as cool as autumn. Were they hot? No hotter than spring. All that came out of them came quiet, like the four seasons. I recently had a dialogue. I was sitting in meditation at the Barre Insight Meditation Society Center in Barre, Massachusetts, which, if you don't know about it, it's a magnificent scene. And when I was sitting there, there were a number of, it was being taught this time by 5 Burmese monks. Mahasi Sayadaw was the senior of them, was a very great Buddhist teacher from Burma. And Mahasi Sayadaw taught Anagorika Munindra, and Munindra was an Indian from Bangladesh originally. And he went to Burma and studied after having been a Hindu. He was a devotee of Anandamayi Ma for a long time. Then he went and he became a Buddhist. And I met him in Bodh Gaya. He was one of my teachers in Bodh Gaya. And he was with this group in Barre. His name is Anagorika Munindra. And he's a very beautiful, he's so transparent, you almost think he's not there at all. And yet he's a walking statement of the Visuddhimagga, or the Tripitaka, which is the Buddhist canon, the Pali Buddhist canon. And I was discussing with him various experiences that I've had, and he was sort of questioning me, because there are all these different category systems in Buddhism as to whether you've experienced nirvana and which stage and all of that kind of stuff. And I was telling him about this LSD trip that I had several years ago. I've talked about it, here I go again. This LSD trip I had several years ago in the Mid-America Motel in Salina, Kansas. And I was describing what that exact experience was like, and I was just talking about what had happened was that I had been given some acid, which was very powerful acid. And when I took it, it was in pure form, so it was you could get 500 doses on your little fingernail. So I took, in my scientific way, I took the end of a matchstick, and I touched it, and I touched my tongue, and I started to go out, and I kept going and going and going and going, and I started to get paranoid. because I wasn't sure about the acid. I wasn't sure what this fellow had given me. And for you to understand that paranoia, I guess I've just got to backtrack a little. I got to tell you the story. I was going to pass it by, but I guess I've got to tell it to you. There was a time in my life when I was involved in smuggling LSD. And I had distributors. I was doing it because I thought LSD should be part of the American fabric. And one of my distributors was about to buy a large amount of LSD, and he was driving west in a truck with a lot of chemical equipment because he made another kind of chemical. And he got stoned, and he went through a truck stop place, and he got arrested, and he was in jail. And this was just before I was to transact this deal. And the next thing I heard was a telephone call from his mother. And his mother said to me, so-and-so has been arrested, and I need to raise some money for him, and he told me to go ahead with the deal, and I'm taking over for him. Now, this is an unusual situation, and in the business that I was in at that moment, there is what you call healthy and functional paranoia. And it's wise to stay quite paranoid all the time, or distrusting everybody's motives. That's the way you survive in that business. And the thought that a mother, I could imagine the government going to this woman saying, look, we've got your son, we're going to send him away for life. But we don't really want him, we want who's supplying him. So if you will help us get that person, we will let your son go. And what mother wouldn't? I mean, I couldn't pit a mother against, I couldn't trust a mother's instincts under these conditions. So the plan was to meet her at a certain time, but I didn't go. Because she was so cloak and dagger. She wasn't used to this business, and you get very cool in this business. And she was saying things like, she had watched so much television, she was saying, I'll meet you on the southwest corner in front of this hospital at 12:05, and I'll be wearing a blue hat, And I thought, oh boy, that's all I have to do is drive up to that corner. And so I didn't go. And the result was that he didn't get the money, and it was a hassle, and he did get out of jail. And then a lot of things subsequently happened in his life and in my life. And it turned out that she wasn't going to burn me. She really just did want to do the deal, okay? This turned out later, but I didn't know that. Now, several years later, this fellow has again been arrested, has escaped, is now wanted by the FBI. I am giving a lecture in a city in the Midwest, which will be nameless, and I receive a girl up front afterwards with a note, and the note says, if you would like to visit, follow this girl, signed by this guy's name. So I said to the girl, I can't come tonight because I'm busy here with many people, but here's my number at the hotel if he wants to call me tomorrow, realizing it would be a risk since he's wanted by the FBI, but that's up to him. Well, he called, and I went out to his house, and he was living a whole different life by now. He had a new wife, new job, new body, he had his face everything was changed. He had shaved everything off and straight haircut, and he had help your fire department on the back of his station wagon, his estate wagon with his big dog, and he was owning a chemical company as a front. And he was living in a big mansion, and he was like somebody else, except that down in the basement were all the kettles and drum, bubbling away. And I said, can't you learn your lesson? Isn't enough enough? I mean, what do you want, for God's sakes? You want to be strung up? You've done enough for society already, take some years off. And he couldn't stop, it gets something you can't stop. You're going to do good so bad. So he had this little vial of stuff, and he said, look at this. And he turned out the lights, and it lit up in the dark. And he says, this is a sign of really good acids. So he gave me this acid, and I took it. And this is the acid, then, that I'm taking in the Mid-America Motel in Salina, Kansas, you see. And as it starts to go out and out and out, I suddenly think, Jesus, maybe he's getting back at me for what I did to his mother, okay? Now you understand the paranoia, okay? I mean, I had to tell you the whole thing so you just understand that level of paranoia. So I start to freak. I think, my God, what has he done? I've got to stop this. I'm running. I've got the whole room. Somebody has asked me to take a lot of Tibetan tankas to Boulder, Colorado. I had them in the trunk, so I've got them all over the room. I've got Maharaj-ji's picture on the front of the television set. I've got the set on, but the volume off, so images are coming out of his body. I've got all kinds of holy quotes all around the ground, incense, and I'm naked, all right, in this room. And I start to flip out, and I think, I've got to stop this quick. And I rush to the door. And then this image of what's going to happen next if I walk out that door. I mean, it's one thing to be in your own reality. It's another thing. Naked man in room 125, we have a code 120, code 12. And then it's going to be a mess, and if I'm going to die, I'll die anyway, and it'll be just a horrible way to go. And so with my hand on the doorknob, I thought, no, I don't want to die that way. So I turned back, and I tried to figure out if there was some other way I could die that would be more pleasant, or could avoid death. Is there some way I could avoid death? No matter how hard I thought about it, there was no way I could avoid death. I mean, it might take 40 years, but I was still going to die. You understand? I mean, I'm taking you now into my LSD world, all right? There was no way that I could avoid death. And I realized that as long as I thought I was anybody, I was going to die. And what was going to die was who I thought I was. And each time I had a new thought of who I was, that one was going to die too, one way or another. And finally, since I could find no way out, there was a no exit situation. There was no way not to die. I thought, well, why wait? And I turned to this big picture of Maharaj-ji. I said, Maharaj-ji, would you please let me die? I've had enough. And I lay down and I experienced my thoughts. They went until pretty soon I saw each thought arising, existing, and passing away. Tiny space, next thought arising, and as long as I was in a thought, I was living, and I was somebody, and I was going to die. And then the spaces between the thoughts became more pronounced, and finally I was sitting in a thought facing the space, and I dove into the space, which was the space between two thoughts. Now, the next thing that I experienced was the thought, well, now you can be anything you want to be. And the thought after that was, uh-oh, you came back. Do you hear that? Do you hear the way that works? I mean, it was bittersweet. I could be anything I wanted to be, but I still was going to be something, because even though I was free to choose now because I saw that I wasn't who I thought I was, still any thought I grabbed onto, and I had grabbed because there I was back again. Now, how long that space lasted, I don't know. It might have lasted a millionth of a second. It might have lasted an hour. I have no way of knowing that. It was within that range, I assume, because of the way that night and day and all that. And the rest of the session was all very interesting and pleasant. Well, in telling Munindraji about this experience, he said to me, well, that was an experience of Nirvana. Now, I had never associated that experience, even though I sort of thought it might be. I mean, I never thought it was. And the first thing I said to him was, yes, but that was drug-induced. Okay, that's my head trip about my values, about method. And he said, well, the drug, it has nothing to do with it. It was you that were ready to do that thing. That happened to you. I said, but the truth, I said, then I went into the discussion, well, how do I know it's a valid thing? He says, well, you should be able to do this, this, and this. I said, I can't, because the way I got to it was through drugs, and I can't do it without drugs. And so we were a standoff about that issue. But that isn't the thing I'm trying to raise with you. I'm raising an issue that when he said to me, that experience you had was nirvana, I experienced almost a cold chill. Because I think I faced directly for the first time what I had been talking about for about a year now, of what it meant to become nobody. See, I've been saying ever since I met Maharaj-ji, the thing about Maharaj-ji that was interesting was that no matter where I looked, I couldn't find him. I mean, all these stories and events, and he did things that were just all this stuff, but I couldn't find a person there. I couldn't find somebody. There was nobody responsible inside. There was nobody minding the store, if you will. And I was looking at that from outside in. And I could see that there were long periods of time when I'd be lecturing, when the lecturing was just happening, and I was sort of just aware the lecturing was happening, but you see, there was still somebody that was aware the lecturing was happening. But in that little space, there wasn't anybody there at all. And when I read the Buddhist texts, it describes that as you go into the nibbanic state, then after a while you get so that you can stay in it longer and longer and longer, until pretty soon you could actually act while you were in it. And I began to understand what it is that is the end result of what it is you and I are doing here. And it was the chilling realization that the end result didn't have me in the scenario. That I just wasn't going to be there to say, well, this is the end result. See, I've been saying it so many ways. I've been saying, you can get up to the door, but you can't get through. And I say all these cute things like, nobody gets enlightened. But I never really grokked it. I never really experienced the feeling of what that no self-consciousness means. If you take Gandhi's thing again, there comes a time when an individual becomes irresistible and his action becomes all pervasive in its effect. This is Christ's statement, had ye but faith, ye could move mountains. This comes when he reduces himself to zero. It isn't the place where you say, now I am zero. See, the wording, it's very hard because the statement, he reduces himself to zero. It sounds like the he that reduced himself to zero is still going to be around, saying, now I've reduced myself to zero. But it isn't that way. The he that says, now I'm going to reduce myself to zero, goes into itself. There used to be a wonderful UPA cartoon. I've never seen it in many years. It was a movie short in which a man is in a car and he drives out and he stops the car and he reaches into the back and he pulls out something and he takes an air pump and he pumps it up and it turns into a big lake. And then he takes something else out and he pumps it up and it turns into a boat. And then he pumps up something else and it's a fish. And he pumps up something else and it's a beautiful girl. And then he gets into the boat and he goes out and he catches the fish with the beautiful girl on the lake. And then he comes back and he pumps up a tent and he goes to sleep, and then he gets up in the morning and he takes everything down. He deflates the girl and everything gets deflated back on the fish, and he puts it all back in his back of his station wagon. And he's going off and you see the station wagon driving down and you see a tack in the road, and the tack hits the tire of the road, and then the station wagon slowly turns back into nothing. Okay. See, we can go through the stages where we get to the point where we are so free of clinging. We are not clinging. We don't care if we eat or don't eat, or if we eat good food or don't eat good food. We don't care if it rains or it's sunny. We don't care if we get sick or healthy. We can handle pain. We can do all these things. But there is still somebody. There's still somebody-ness. And that force of the universe, that statement, your singing and dancing is no other than the voice of the Dharma. When you meet a being who is cooked, there is only the Dharma. It is no different than a tree or a river. There is nobody home. And in that sense, we are babysitting our own psychological death. And whether our physical death is coincidental with that will be of no relevance to us. Can you imagine that one? Because when you aren't, when there is no self-conscious entity, what difference does it make whether your body, whether the body or that body is there or not? And when I try to make sense out of the things that my guru has said, it only makes sense when I do not try to project a solid self-conscious entity into them. Now, the reason that I have to talk about this stuff, which in some way seems a million miles beyond us, is because of the perspective-giving nature of this discussion. That what often happens is we have made, you and I, we have made great gains in terms of awareness. I mean, most of us have been through a lot of stuff now. And those that haven't still have tuned in and done it very quickly. And so this group is, within the cultural framework, a relatively conscious group of people. You are aware, more aware of the ecological implications of your acts. You're more aware of the social implications. You can be expected to be more of what would be called a conscious being. And it all starts to get lighter and easier and more playful and more dancing and more delightful. And I mean, I'm drifting through life. I must say, it's really, as heavy as it gets, it's still light. And I hang out with dying people all the time, and it's still a blast. And I deal with people with excruciating pain, and it's still okay. And there's a sway in which it's spacious and beautiful, and there is that awareness that surrounds it all, and there is an open heart, and there is flow, and it's beautiful, and there is a tendency to say, well, that was pretty good. We really have it together. That's great. I just want to keep this chilling spectacle of where the game leads, in my consciousness and in yours. Because I think that what has happened for many of us is that we have been somewhat reductionistic about the spiritual journey. And we've tended to say, it's nothing other than bloop. But the words that characterize the Sufi tradition of towards the one, the return to the one, means just that, return to the one. And when there is one, there are not two, and your self-consciousness only exists so long as there are two. It does not exist in the one. God does not know itself. It only knows itself through duality, and duality has inherent within it suffering. And the end of suffering is the end of duality, and the end of duality is the end of you. And then the forms may go on or not, but you will never notice. And what you find, and what I find at times, is I am going hell-bent, whatever that expression is, hell-bent for leather or whatever that is, towards the goal of being one with God. And at the same moment, it's like one of those horses that's got its paws into the earth, pushing against the momentum of the thing it's doing. There's part of me pushing against the ultimate irrevocable end of this story. At the same point, another part of me is racing headlong towards it. I mean, there is a neurosis in the spiritual journey. And it is inherent in what it lies in is the issue of psychological death. And that's part of why my project with dying is so important for me, because it allows me to deal again and again and again with this issue of death. When I was in Thailand, I went to a Buddhist monastery in which they cure heroin addicts. And they cure 300 heroin addicts every 10 days. It costs $15. And no statistic is like that anywhere else. And when I went there, I'm not going to go into the whole story now. I'm just going to tell one little part of it. The person that runs it is a monk, a Theravadan Buddhist monk. And he is a monk. Well, the 2-minute story is that he was a member of the drug division of the government of Thailand. He was a policeman. And he had an aunt who was a Buddhist saint, and she said to him, I don't know what a Buddhist saint is, but she was one, and she said to him, you're going to end up killing and hurting people. Why don't you help them instead of hurting them? And he said, I don't know how. She said, you get your scene straight and I'll tell you. So he gave up the police and he became a Buddhist monk. The Buddhist monks take on 228 precepts. A bhikkhu, an initiated bhikkhu. Non-killing, non-stealing, non-lying, non-sexual misconduct, not taking intoxicating beverages. That's 5. Then there's you don't sleep on soft beds, you don't listen to music, you don't adorn yourself in any way, then it gets into more esoteric ones. You don't leave the monastery during the rainy season. It goes on, and they get more and more complex. There's you can't spit in this thing. I mean, it's 228 of them. And those weren't even tough enough for him. He added 10 more. You don't drive, you don't ride in any vehicles. So he was like 3 hours by car south of Thailand, and when he had Bangkok, and when he had a fight with the government, he just walked to Bangkok. I mean, when I met this guy, it was like meeting an oak tree. There was just nowhere that this guy was just, And he got to this point where he had done all this discipline, and then his aunt said, okay, and she gave him an herbal method and also a set of vows and stuff like that. And he says to these people that come to the monastery, you can come once for 10 days, you may never come here again. And his mind is so powerful, and his reality, in which they are not drug addicts, is so strong that his mind and his reality is stronger than their addiction. And in the battle for their souls, his statement, it's not religious. He doesn't teach them religion or anything. It's merely that the power of his being, there comes a time when an individual becomes irresistible and his action becomes all pervasive in its effect. This comes when he reduces himself to 0. And this guy, through 238 precepts, has become merely a dharmic instrument for the healing of heroin addiction and opium addiction. And it is so strong that even junkies can't resist it. So I said to him, is it possible that anybody else could do this, or only you and your aunt? I mean, could we take it to America? And he says, no, others could do it. I said, could I do it? And he looked at me. And he said, well, perhaps. But there wasn't much hope I could see. And then he tested me in various ways, which the tests were very perplexing. But instead of going to the tests now, let me come back to this. When I came back to the United States, I have many, many friends who are extremely devoted social servants. They really love humanity and they want to help people. And I thought and there are many of them that are working in drug rehabilitation. And I thought I have met something that works. And I've tasted it and touched it, and it feels real, and I saw the changes in these people in 10 days, and I really think, I don't know the statistics, but I think it may work. And in all the time I've been in the United States, in the last 3 years, I have not found one human being who was ready. Do you hear that? That's what I mean about dying. Because when you get trained in that training, he's not going to let you be done until you aren't. And all that's going to be left is somebody that cures drug addicts. There's not going to be anybody that says, well, I finally did it. I now can cure drug addicts. There's not going to be any flicker of consciousness, because the power comes when the thoughts, when the mind has become one-pointed, when it just goes zip. And as long as there is the flicker of thought form that comes with self-consciousness of you do something that way, and then there's a quick thought of I'm doing something that way, forget it. It's watered down. And that's why you and I have what we have, and why Christ had what he had, and Buddha had what he had. It's because we are full of thoughts that keep us oriented to who we are and how it is.
The contract we're entering into today is the only contract that it's justifiable to enter into. To help each other become conscious. Or, to put it more even straighter, we are each entering into a contract to get straight or become conscious ourselves through the use of group process. That's the only really way we can say it. That if you think you can become more conscious by another means other than being with other people, do it. There is a stage in one's process of consciousness evolution where satsang or sangha, that is hanging out with other people who are on the path, is useful. And then there are other parts of the journey where they're completely irrelevant. There's some machine, every time I go, it goes. Sounds like I'm whispering to myself inside. We are following at this moment the upaya, the method of using our senses to go beyond our senses. We're using a tantric method. That is, we're using each other in form in order to transcend each otherness in form. Because everything that's in my head that you now think is not in your head, but will be by the end of the day, were you conscious, you would realize is already in your head. So you are in an illusion now, I am in an illusion, that this is a process, and we are trying to use the illusion to transcend the illusion. And when you can bring your mind to one pointedness such that when I gave you that instruction for 3 minutes, think of nothing but one form, and you're able to do that without any elaboration, without any other thoughts, and so on, then you are ready to go through a doorway because you have developed the instrument you need to do it, which is the instrument of one-pointedness of mind. There are a number of Western models of how things happen that we are all somewhat stuck in, which is that there is something to do, is the first one. We've got to do something. A person comes and says, I'm confused, what should I do? Note, he is not too confused to ask, what should I do? Which is a program he has in his head. If he were totally confused, he'd be free, but he isn't. He isn't confused enough. And I say to him, it doesn't matter what you do. And this is irritating to him. He thinks he's asked the question wrong, and that if he asked it right, I'd really tell him what to do. And he says, well, shall I meditate, or should I just go out and, make love and eat pizzas? And I said, doesn't matter. He says, should I eat meat, or should I? Doesn't matter. Should I hang out around beautiful people, or should I? Doesn't matter. Now here, I don't eat meat. I hang out around beautiful people. I'm working on my consciousness full time, and I'm saying to him, it doesn't matter. Now, how could that be possible? Am I just lying? Does it matter to me? A guy came up to me the other night, and he said at a meeting in Tufts, and he says, would you mind if I took a razor and cut off your beard? And I said, yes. So it's my game uniform. I said, if you came up to me and held me down and cut off my beard, it wouldn't matter to me. That would be the way it is. Now I don't have a beard. See, the reason I do everything I do is because I do everything I do. There are choices being made every minute of the day, but the question is, who is making the choices? And the answer is that I'm not making the choices. The choices are happening. It's not my, but thy will. The reason I say to people it doesn't matter is because to the extent that they're asking the question, what do I do? They're already asking something, and therefore the process is so clearly in operation that it's not like they can stop asking the question. They can stop for a minute or more, but they can't stop. And it turns out that once you start to ask a question, once you start to see through the illusion, once you start to realize that there is a state of being conscious, or in Gurdjieffian terms, a higher faculty, or different degrees of enlightenment, or objective consciousness, or whatever metaphor you want to use, the spirit, once you realize that, then everything else becomes part of the process of coming to that. And in fact, even before you realize that, everything in life was part of the process of coming to that anyway, except that you weren't aware that that's what it was you were doing. When you make love, it's to come to the light. When you work to be successful, it's to have a certain feeling of bliss, which is very light. When you do any act which you previously said, well, I'm doing that for selfish motives, that is still coming to the light. And when you begin to see that selfish motives is a cop-out to label them thus, it's all selfish motives. But the social responsible link that is obvious immediately the minute you start to become conscious is that you can do nothing for another human being but work on yourself, and that as you work on yourself, you get to a state almost immediately where you see that every other human being is yourself, and therefore whatever you are doing, you are working on yourself, and you further see that until everybody makes it, nobody makes it, because everybody is one. It's just a sequence of thoughts you go through as you start to meditate. And then the whole hype of, am I doing it for me or doing it for you, becomes totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. It's very easy to carry into yoga a whole model of good and evil. You know, oh, I ate well today. I didn't eat well today. I didn't eat yoga-like today. I kept a diary and I had 4 lustful thoughts. Maybe tomorrow I can have 3. We just start to go back into our trip of collecting and measuring and evaluating and doing, which is our Western journey. Just another place to hide, another illusion. So even though today we're going to be discussing Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga, and I'm going to go systematically through the steps of it and how it's done and why you do it and the whole business, at least what's coming through here. To the extent that you still are in the model that it is that you collect something which you then use, it is not of any use to you. Because these methods only work when they really don't work as objects. It's like doing mantra. The way one does mantra when mantra works is that mantra does one doesn't do mantra. You tune in on the mantra. Mantra just is happening. You just focus. It's like tuning your radio dial in on the mantra. You don't say, I'll do mantra, even though you pick up beads and start to do mantra. Business of what you label, what part of the figure and ground you label. See, I can talk about diet and I can discuss the relationship of what you eat to what kind of consciousness you can reach under certain conditions until you're a fully realized being. And you can go home and say, well, therefore I will eat thus and so. And then spend great amounts of time wishing you were eating something else. Under these conditions, you are creating as much new karma about food as if you were eating something else, practically. Not quite, but practically. The basic rule is to be here now. The rule is to start from exactly where we are at this moment. The rule is to be able to say about oneself and the universe, with all of its horror, with all of its beauty, with all of its imperfections, Kali in all her manifestations, it's all right. It's all okay. Murder, rape, overpopulation, pollution, riots, fascistic doctrine, suppression of other human beings, starvation, birth, death, spring and fall and winter. It's all right. It's all right. It's all the way it's supposed to be. It's all the way it's supposed to be. How could that be? That I am this imperfect, impure being who's got all these desires and all these neuroses and all these frustrations, and this is just the way it's supposed to be? Aren't I supposed to work for something? Aren't I supposed to keep a model in my head of what is pure and what is right and what is good and how it should be? How my body should be, how my thoughts should be, how the world should be, how people should be? Every one of those models you keep in your head keeps it from happening. Water, when it floats downstream, when it goes down the stream, doesn't have a model of what it's doing. It's just being water, and water floats downstream because that's the way water works. The thing that is extraordinarily hard for any of us to truly realize and to have sufficient faith to accept is that if you stop having views, if you stop having models, if you stop planning, if you stop desiring, organizing, structuring, it's all right. But that means all the way back in, you got to stop doing it at every level, even the primordial levels. Freud talks about the unconscious. And he says, behind all the things you think are what it is you're doing and you think you're doing and why you think you're doing it, there are a whole set of other motives and desires of what you're doing and why you're doing it and what you think you're doing. all just one level down in. And it's defended against, so you don't know about it. And then Jung comes along and he says, behind even those, the individual unconscious, there is a collective unconscious. That is, you're part of a whole process of evolution in which all of those desires are part of you too. And all of those unfulfilled karmic things are happening and being lived out. And all those thought forms exist in you too. And for many years we say, well, Jung is right, and if Jung is right, then we must keep careful control on the game, because if we let that next level come out, it's all going to be hell for everybody. And all the way along, mystics are touching a place inside themselves which is behind Freud and behind Jung and behind Adler and behind all of the models of how it is, and they touch a place and they say, it's all right. But if you're going to run Earth Week, and somebody comes up to you and says, it's all right, you don't want to hear that. Because the justification for your action is based on the fact that it's not all right. It's not all right, but there's something to do. And there's nothing that a person wants less than to have the justification for his own actions pulled away from him. My father spent years earning money to be secure, and now he's secure, and now he spends years earning money to be secure. And I say to him, but you're already secure. But you don't say that, because that he can't hear that, because he doesn't want to make that change, because then what would be the reason for what he's doing, or what would be the reason for his life? When I was at college, I had a roommate who was very poor. He was an orphan, and he was studying to be a doctor, and his whole life was dedicated to becoming a doctor and to marrying the girl that he had, his cousin, and to becoming secure. And he spent ever since we went to college doing just that, and he's done it. He's got 3 children. He's the head of psychiatric research at the Boston State Hospital or something like that. Very reputable, good person. Now, when I was at college, we were roommates, except that I had a lot of money. I didn't have it, but I knew my father had it. I knew he wasn't going to let me starve to death. And in a way, my roommate's justification for life wasn't available to me. And I felt like the poor little rich boy. I felt gypped. It seemed like he had such an easy trip ahead of him. While every day I had to figure out what am I going to do and why am I going to do it? Because I couldn't justify it like my father had or like this roommate had. I couldn't say, well, I've got to do it in order to. And I was constantly looking for new justifications. But because of that predicament, I was realizing that I was imposing all the justifications. He could hide in the fact that justification had been cast upon him, while I felt that I had to make up a justification. And therefore, everyone was just another made-up justification. So in a way, I was blessed, it turned out, in that I was given the opportunity to see that my desires created my universe much more readily than he was. Because he kept saying, look, it's reality. That's the way it is. While I had to say, that's the way I'm making it. And that, of course, is the is the understanding that finally comes to you that your desires keep creating your universe. Your desires keep creating your universe. And the only reason you aren't at this moment a fully enlightened being is because of your desires, because of your attachments. Including, by the way, your attachment to knowing, or your attachment to becoming an enlightened being. You don't stop your desires as long as you stay in a human body. All you do is to break the identification with them. That's all that's required. It's not necessary to give up anything. It's merely necessary to give up attachment to the thing. That's all that's required. It isn't necessary for the guy that's leading Earth Week not to lead Earth Week. If it is his thing to lead Earth Week, he should lead Earth Week, and he should lead it consciously and beautifully. But if he is attached to leading Earth Week, how poignant. During the day, we'll be talking about the words like attachment, involvement, commitment. All in the context of yoga, which means a method of union. Yoga means union, just union. And the bodhisattva role, which is the role of total involvement and service with one's fellow man, can only be realized when one has experienced yoga or union. As long as you identify only with being separate from other beings, your service to other beings only increases the illusion of separateness. The bodhisattva lives in the two places at once. He has gone into the void, into the emptiness, into the place beyond form. He has seen, yes, it all is eternally. Behind wars, behind dying, behind being born, behind all form, in all form, through all form, he sees, he is, he tastes of eternal now. And then, after residing there, for as long as he resides there, he comes back into form. But at the same time, he never leaves the eternal present. So that from then on, he lives simultaneously with two awarenesses. Although he is not intellectualizing about these two, every act is based on those two things known simultaneously. There is nothing, there is no you, there is no me, and at the same moment there is you and there is me. There is no form, there is form. That all dualities are in fact one. And that at the same moment there's the one, there is the many.
the Mahamudra, the paradox of the two in one. You've got to be at the place where you're doing, look at me, I'm doing full time. And yet I know I'm not doing anything, and there's nobody doing anything. Sometimes one of them gets the dominant until you're finished. One of them can become dominant, or another one can become dominant. At one point, the idea that I'm not doing anything becomes dominant, and I get out in front of 1,000 people, and I sit down, and I got nothing to say, and there's no them, and there's no me, and there's no reason to be here. And then I think, uh-oh, too far over in the void. See? Too far, meaning I can't keep it all together. The game finally is to keep it all together as it keeps happening. Like one day you've got a wife and children, and then the next day you suddenly see your God, their God, they always were, they always will be. Who's got wives and children? The hell with it. I've got to go help the world. That's not keeping it together. Because at one level you have a wife and children. And the denial of any level to live at another level is merely another kind of psychosis than the one you're in now. Or another kind of illusion. You can just trade illusions. I'll give you my illusion for your illusion. We'll cure you, meaning we'll bring you back into our illusion. Now, all this is in a way to just to formulate for ourselves what itch it is we're scratching. Because one of the real habits we all have is to collect information for which we have no apparent use, saying it will be useful later. That was what all of education seemed to be designed around. You say, but I don't want to learn how to factor and analyze. Well, you'll need it later. You'll be happy later you learn Latin. But there's nobody to speak Latin with. Well, you wait. Later on, it'll all be... You'll find the roots and derivations of the word. It will be very useful to know Latin. And somewhere along the line, you almost buy that. You don't quite, but you almost buy it. If you really bought it, there wouldn't be an 87% forgetting curve in 24 hours after exams. That's because you don't really buy it. But you do it. You try to do it. Because you have no itch to scratch at that moment. See, education only happens, really, in one trial learning. It only happens when you are so open to something because you want to know it so badly that you become one with it. You just sop it up just like how you're really thirsty on a very hot day after a long something or other. You don't have to have many reinforced trials to know you're enjoying the water or you want to absorb it into yourself. You just can't get it in fast enough. Well, that's the same way with how you learn something when you really want to know it. And so we can play the game of education of, isn't that interesting? I really want to know that. But you're not wanting to know it like you want that water. And the result is you collect it and you sort of put it away on the shelf and use a little of it now and a little of it then because you've still got a game going that you really want to continue playing. And because we are all, most of us are dominant in our intellectual center in the West, we collect symbols and store them for later use, like hamsters collect grain or, we just collect. I'd have hamsters, and they'd keep collecting and collecting until they had huge mountains of food. I just kept figuring I'll give them as much food as they want to collect. And they just, internally, you just kept going and collecting. I'm going to talk about Ashtanga Yoga. I'm just going to suggest you let the whole thing wash over you. Wash over you. And that which is ready, which you're ready for, will go through the sieve and you'll have it. You don't have to collect it. It'll be there. Something you're really ready to hear that I say, you will have heard the minute I say it, and you'll say, yeah, of course, that's right. And all it'll do is bring it into form for you, and that'll be done. And if anything I say, you say, I wonder if that's true or not. forget it. Because it'll come up later. You don't have to worry now. Because anything you're ready to use, you now know. And all I can, in the course of my speaking or any other experience you have in the environment, is it will reinforce the fact you already know it. There's an interesting phenomenon that occurs as you work into different states of consciousness. That as you come into each new frequency of vibration or each new level of consciousness, you experience extraordinarily increased amounts of energy. Now, often you can't use this energy because you're not open to use it. And therefore what you experience is a fantastic amount of tension build up. And the feeling I've got to do something, tension created. In the chakra system, that is because you don't have any vehicles for expression in any chakra above your third chakra. And there's too much energy to be expressed that way.
What is third chakra?
I'm going to tell you. Good. Okay. If you can just think now, and this is all, you can use it as a metaphor, you can use it at any level you want to use it. Think of seven energy centers all in a row, ascending row, from 1 at the bottom to 7 at the top. Muladhara, Svadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddha, Ajna, Sahaswara are the Sanskrit words. Now imagine that each of these levels defines a way in which energy can come into the system and a way in which energy can go out of the system. All right? And everything below the number 4, 3 and down, energy can only come into the system through the gross body, through food, etc., like that. Now, taking these 7 steps, now think of this as the thing that goes through the 7 as a river. Okay? And you're going to travel up this river. This river is called the Sushumna. The first place you come to on this river, called the first chakra, is, think of it as being in the middle of a very wild wilderness in Africa, where there are wild animals, and you're into a survival concern. Your primary thing is to get roots and nuts and fruit and not be killed by tigers, and right? So that your total preoccupation at that point is with survival of you as a separate entity. Right? It's very much like an ape is like that. Survival of your body. Survival of you as an individual, separate entity in form. And all the energy that you is used to, right, keep you surviving as a separate entity. That's number 1. Now let's say you get that all cooled out and you start to travel up this river. The next city you come to is like the Riviera. You still take energy in through all like this, but now you got the survival bit cooled out, and now you're part of a species that reproduces, and you start to experience desire for sexual desire. And so the second chakra is sort of sensual gratification, the gratification of experiencing and feeling and gratifying oneself. Still, I am me separate. I can survive. Now I'll enjoy. Okay? Enjoy is the second chakra term. If you go up the river a little further, you come to a combination of Wall Street and Washington and London, which is a third chakra type place, which is primarily concerned with ego mastery, control, power. It's extensions of the self. It's no longer for survival and it's no longer for sex. It's merely for enhancement of a symbolic self. So you may perform sexual acts for power. In other words, you may now perform a sexual act in the service of the third chakra. Or you may be a businessman who's collecting power for second chakra reason, because he's doing it as a sexual potency thing. And when he buys a new huge business, he has like an orgasm of gratification, of, ooh, wasn't that good? Now, those first three cities include about 99% of the population. And the river gets very narrow and it changes its tone completely. They got huge steamships and jets doing the first three. See? But the minute you start up that fourth one, it's like a rowboat, and very primitive type rowboat. And there are big signs between 3 and 4 saying, turn back here. See? We have what you want back at, the Hilton Inn and the Bunny Club and the... Don't be socially irresponsible. Go no further. Do good. You will feel good if you do good. Third chakra. Or before you go on, eat this. That's a good one. Or have you yet experienced Hidden Valley in southern Wyoming at 2 in the morning? But for some reason or other, some people see through the whole thing of the first three chakras. They see the kind of finiteness of the whole trip. They see that it isn't doing it, and they start up the fourth chakra. Now, up until through the third chakra, all the energy that can come out of the system only comes out through ego trips, through self, keeping yourself as separate. I am a finite point in time and space. First, I am protecting that finite time and point of space from you. Second, I'm going to make it with you to gratify this finite time and point in time and space. And the third one, I am going to control and master you because I'm going to enhance my ego by doing that. And since all of the energy, therefore, can only come out in ego manifestations of me, I will do this, I think this, my will, what I want to do. If you try, it's like the huge telephone wires that carry wires from the generating plant. They are step-down transformers and step-down transformers and step-down transformers till you finally get it into the house where you may bring it in 220 or even in 110 voltage. And at that point, that 110 is just about enough for your toaster. And if you try to feed 220, you'll burn out your toaster. Right? Well, that's the thing about ego situations. Each ego, you burn the ego out if you try to feed too much energy through it. Because each ego is like each homeowner. He can only handle the energy at such and such a level. Now, what happens to many, many people through many reasons, like they go to the Fillmore or they go to a huge dance scene, or they go to some high energy thing like Woodstock, and they absorb through what you'd call a contact high. They absorb fantastic amounts of energy. It comes in a new way for them. It just comes into them. They don't eat it. It just, all their senses are information sent in through all their senses, because the first three not only allow it to come in through food, but through seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. We say we get a high off, boy, look at that view. Doesn't that get you high? Or listen to that sound. Doesn't that turn you on? And so at a place like Woodstock or something like that, you overload the circuits. You feed everything in all at once. See? And there's huge amount of energy. People start to tune in on vast amounts of energy. They start to go behind the step-down transformer in terms of the amount of energy that's put in. But their responses that are available to them are often just the old responses, because that's all they know what to do about it. So they try to do it more and more. So you try to make love more and more and more and more. Or you try to collect more and more power, or change the world for good. Use your power. See, you get all this power and you got to do something about it. You eat and eat and eat until you practically explode, or you begin to see that eating is just going to go on and it's finite. Whatever it is. And when a certain set of prerequisites have been fulfilled, which come under the term, the word virag, meaning an end of worldliness, meaning an end of realizing that anything you're going to get in the first, second, and third chakra is really going to be enough, and that you can't use all the energy you got through those systems. You experience a despair, and then even though that little river gets very narrow and very absurd, it's the only thing to do. You don't do it because you're a courageous adventurer, setting out from the city and goodbye, everybody, I'll see you later, and have a good trip and report back. You don't do it for that motive at all, because it's a drag. I mean, there's mosquitoes and, it's a whole draggy system compared to how groovy it can be back in the Riviera in New York or London. You do it because you begin to see the finiteness of every trip up until then, and there's nothing else to do but do it. It's the only thing you can do. Like, as long as you travel in a foreign country thinking, I am traveling in a foreign country, you're a tourist, and it can't happen to you, because you're collecting photographs, tapes, and stuff which you're wearing like a coat, but it's not being absorbed because you're holding on to this core identity and the ability to surrender into a new experience, to become one with it, to merge with it. Then the thing happens to you. And as long as I am somebody from London who is traveling up that river, forget it. I'm not going to make it up that river. The only way I can make it up the river is when I've given up being somebody from London, and now all I am is somebody traveling up that river, because that's the only way I can be conscious enough to see how it all is at each new stage. When you get to the fourth chakra, the anahata, in the Indian system, if you look at books, old Indian Hindu books, you'll see that the fourth through the seventh chakra is always lit by red beams that come from an Om that's up in a corner in a circle like a sun, and beams are coming down to the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh chakra, and then there's sort of a line, and then there's a grayish place in which 1, 2, and 3 are. And the fourth chakra is the chakra of compassion. It's the chakra of grok, for those of you that are familiar with that metaphor. It's the chakra of realizing guts-wise the brotherhood of man. It's the chakra of realizing the unitive nature of things. It's the chakra of going beyond. It's like it's Jung's chakra, really, see? Because Jung was a compassionate being, and Jung, see, when you go into Jung's collective unconscious, you begin to see, just as if you go into astrology, you begin to see who you are one level back. You begin to see that you're really an Aries, just doing Aries things, or you're really a Scorpio doing Scorpio things, or that you're really part of a dominant archetype, and you're just living out your archetypal thing. You're living out your legend, if you will, and all the stuff you thought was who you were is merely sort of second-order manifestation of that, and who you are is somebody behind that, right? Now, the minute you've done that, you have freed yourself from the original identification of who you are. In other words, you're getting perspective by going up one level of who you are. So, like Tim used to say to me, my old partner, Tim Leary, used to say, dig your own legend. Now, he wasn't saying it as a big ego trip, like, you know, you enjoy your own legend, be legendary. He was saying, get out of your own predicament. You know, if you're going to be the Jewish mother, dig that you're being the Jewish mother. Don't sit around saying, well, I've got to take care of you. I've got to cook, and I've got to sew, and I've got to, you know. I mean, do the Jewish mother trip exquisitely because you're conscious you are doing essence Jewish motherness. Whatever your legendary role or roles are, dig them so that you get free of getting identified with a specific instance of the set, the subset in the set, okay? To mix metaphors further. If you miss a metaphor, don't let it disturb you. There's 10,000 more coming up. They all say the same thing. Buddha taught for 49 years and nothing was said. Okay, so don't get frustrated. The quality of the fourth chakra is that you can break the reality boundaries you were in by talking about a limited reality as if it were absolute. And you start to get into the world of relative reality. That is, you see that there are all other realities, and you can start to look at your own life in thousands of ways. You can see yourself as woman, you can see yourself as American, you can see yourself as a religion, you can see yourself as a race, you can see yourself as a humanoid thing, you can see yourself as a biological entity, you can see yourself as an electrical chemical thing, you can see yourself as protoplasmic stuff, you can see yourself as energy transmission, you can see yourself, and it's like baklava. You look at it all and it's just layer after layer after layer after layer, and you, oh yeah, right, of course that too, that too, that too, that too, that too. Now, what many people do is they make a quick foray into the fourth chakra and then rush back to the third and then sell what they found. It's a very seductive possibility. Or they sell it in the second even. I mean, they sell it wherever there's a market for it. That'll give them the highest ego flash they can get. And there are many yogis who use their yogic powers in order to gain individual power. And there are many people in the Western world who use They're siddhis, they're powers, they're spiritual powers for personal gain. Because the rational mind is a siddhi, it is a power. And you can use the power either to increase your own individual power, or you can use it to increase the consciousness of it all by turning it back inward, not using the power. The key to that whole business is not my, but thy will. That's the key of submitting all of your powers, putting them in service of a process rather than stopping and taking your gains and saying, all right, I'll use them. I'll use them. See, the fourth chakra is the first chakra where one doesn't experience the feeling of separateness anymore. And waves, it's associated with waves of bliss, internal bliss. Waves of feeling of well-being. Waves of feeling of, oh, yeah, that's just the way it's supposed to be. Waves of love. Waves of togetherness, of unitive feeling, of that moment of, oh, yeah, here we are, that place. But most everybody has been on a very lean diet of that kind of stuff. And there are no habits of thought that allow you to be that person all the time. So you assume that you're just sort of going to take it and run, grab as much as you can. See? I'm going to get high next weekend, man, because I want to collect high. See? I want to collect high, since you're still defining yourself in third or second chakra or first chakra. And that's still starting to try to feed 220 through 110 system. Now, when you see that predicament, then you start to reorganize all of your habits of thought in order to define yourself now as a fourth chakra being. Okay? Like the first time you walk up to somebody and you say, I am love. Okay? Now, it is true that if you've got to say I am love, you're not. We all know that. But you're just experimenting with a new model of who you are. They say, how do you do? My name is Dave Brown. You say, how do you do? I'm love. Okay? I am God. I am pure spirit. I am part of all of us. They say, oh, yeah, I know, but who are you? And then you immediately go back into the thing that you really thought, well, really, I'm Dick Alford. What do you do? Or I'm Ram Dass. So every time you experience that feeling of unity, then all of the personal time, space, desires, and attachments are no longer relevant at that moment. It's like if my body needs something, it all gets taken care of one way or another, but I don't sit around desiring, because I've now identified with a much broader kind of phenomenal field, if you will, who I am. I am the universe. Only under those conditions can you use higher energy, because then you aren't using the energy. Then there's no blockage, there's no tension, there's no feeling I got to do something, because there's no you to do it anymore. Fifth chakra is the chakra that is connected with Ramakrishna, is the one that we most associated with. It's a tremendous pull towards God. It's a tremendous pull towards turning inward and upward. It's Ramakrishna characteristically talked. Most of the Ramakrishna stories are fourth and fifth intertwining. He would go from loving the Divine Mother in all her forms, which is compassion, fourth chakra, to turning inward to go into that which was behind the Divine Mother inside, higher, into merging with one. And sometimes I've told about how he'd say, get me tobacco, and they'd say, but you don't smoke. He'd say, well, I got to want something, or I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave my body. I got to have something to hold me down. I got to have a desire to keep me in the fourth chakra, or to keep me down into a body which is even below that. And when you see people who are called God intoxicants or masts in India, these are people who are in the fifth chakra. They're concerned for their body, they're concerned for everything has fallen away. They're still on the journey into oneness, but they are at a stage on the river where all the mail that comes gets sent back saying dead letter office. A letter from London never gets there to the fifth chakra. And Ramana Maharshi, for example, becomes enlightened at 17, and then he goes off to the mountain Arunachala, and he sits in a cave, and kids are throwing rocks and feces and everything at him, and he's just like completely oblivious to it all. And then somebody comes along and they see this very high being, and they carry him to another place, and they try to feed him like a couple of grains of rice a day and pour milk in, and nothing's happening. He's just completely out of it, because he's in the fifth chakra. In our categorization, we often call these people catatonic schizophrenics. We got to be careful, because some of them are catatonic schizophrenics in the old terms, and some of them are these God intoxicants. But we don't have any discrimination in our system at all. So they're all put in total care institutions, which is a groovy place to keep them while they're doing their work. Then there is the possibility of sixth chakra, which is the ajna. The fifth chakra is right down here in the throat. The sixth chakra is right here between the eyebrows. It's when thine eye becomes single, you will see it all. That's the sixth chakra, the single eye. And it's the eye of wisdom. It's the point of causal plane. It's the point when you're in the sixth chakra, when you've traveled up that far, you understand and know and are wise about all of the laws of the universe. You see how it all works. You are the Godhead at that point. You are the mind that creates all the laws of the universe. You are one with it all. You see just how it is, but you're still busy seeing how it all is. Okay, there's still a separateness, And it's only when you go into the seventh chakra, the thousand-petal lotus, that you come into total merging back into what's called the Param Brahma, or back into that which is behind all form. Those are the seven systems, 7 levels. You can do any system, you can do any yoga at any one of the levels. I see people do hatha yoga, work on their bodies, and I see them do it for sexual gratification or sensual gratification, because it feels so good to do hatha yoga. Feels so good to be able to do these far out things with their body. I see them do it for third chakra because they get mastery and power and control over the environment, and they develop powers. I see them do it in fourth chakra as an act of compassionate service, keeping the temple going, to keep themselves as high as possible, to serve, not in the ego sense, just serve. A person in the fifth chakra, were he doing hatha yoga, wouldn't know he was doing hatha yoga. It would just be hatha yoga was being done, like going to the toilet being done. And so on up, it's irrelevant. Now that's to say to you that every part of the yoga that I describe, of which we're really talking about it now, every part of the yoga that I describe, you can do at many, many, many levels. Take bhakti, singing love songs to God. You can do bhakti, or you can do, that kind of thing. See? And you can say, wow, isn't that groovy sound? Let's all sing together, like sing along with Mitch type thing. You can do it as a kind of a collective, emotional, fun experience. You can do it as a pure exercise in one-pointedness at a much higher level. By Ram, 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 and then you go right out through Ram. You can do it at a third chakra thing to say, look how good I am, I'm singing, love songs to God. Now, who we are in the West is all these levels all at once. Freud describes us as second chakra people. Adler describes us as third chakra people. Jung describes us as fourth chakra people. Kaya de Chardin, people like that start to describe us in sixth chakra terms. The Egyptians describe us in sixth chakra terms. Most of us are functioning at many of these levels. We have moments of fourth chakra, we have dominant third or dominant second, we have moments of sixth, and our job, as we see it, we are in an evolutionary process of slowly moving up the spine, moving up these chakras, so that more and more of the energy and habits and whole way of life get localized in one chakra rather than another. That is, you do the survival thing till you got survival in order. You do the sex thing until you got the sex thing in harmony. You do the power thing till you got the power thing in harmony. You do compassion until that's in harmony. And you just keep moving through center after center after center and building models of who you are in terms of each of these new levels. Like Golding's Lord of the Flies is a beautiful example of when the kids are left alone, they go back into first chakra. Straight first chakra story. Now, if they all go through pubescence, then it'll become a straight second chakra story. Not because they, just because they're now, something's happened inside of them and they're ready for the second chakra. Then they build an organized structure, an environment, an organization, and then they elect a president, and then pretty soon they're in a third chakra trip. And then when they use up worldliness, they start to be interested in fourth chakra. And so you can see man is just an unfolding process of these chakras. And the chakras are right inside your own body. Your tuning device are your own chakras. So that as you tune in to each new chakra in your body, you tune into a whole new universe, a whole new level of perceiving how it all is. It's like you take sex, take the sexual act. The sexual act can be done by a second chakra person, as it most often is, in which I lust for you, you are object, I make it with you, and through that vehicle I get gratification, and one of the gratifications is the great wave of bliss that comes at the moment of orgasm. But you notice, except for at the moment of orgasm, the entire method is based on duality. It's based on the idea that I'm separate and you're separate, and we're doing it for our mutual pleasure. But we're still separate beings. Now, what would it mean for fourth chakra people to make love? How would they do it? What would it be about? Who do you make love with? If everybody's the same person, who are you making love with? Does it mean that making love becomes an anachronism? I mean, is it all used up? Don't people make love? Well, the first thing that you've got to see and to try to feel your way into is that the experience, the highest experience you make love in order to reach, is where you live when you are in the fourth chakra. Okay? In other words, if you just drank your fill and then somebody comes along and says, how would you like a nice cold glass of water? The process of drinking the water doesn't do anything to you any longer because you already are the water. You've done what you need to do. It's already here. So then, if you already are experiencing the goal of what the means was, why would you do the means anymore? The means takes on a new significance at that point. That's where Gandhi says, at the point of the real concept meaning of brahmachari, which is what I am, is not that I am sexually continent. It just means that I can have sex when I can have it in the fourth chakra. But then the question is, why would I have sex? And the answer is, I would have sex in order to reproduce children. Because I wouldn't be having it for gratification, since I already have the gratification I'd be having sex in order to get. See, I used to think about these yogis that would sit up in the mountains all by themselves all day, and I think these poor cats, man, they don't really dig how beautiful it all can be if they make it and have a home and hearth and, the whole scene. Till I began to realize that as individuals, they were experiencing exactly that same thing that everybody was trying to collect all the time. Except they had figured out that the thing they were trying to collect was something they already are, and they learned how to be it, and then they were just sitting being it. Well, now, does that mean that everybody, the minute they get to the fourth chakra, just sits on a mountaintop? And what happens to the world, and what happens to population, and do people produce, and why do they, and so on? If you sit down with your beloved, with your partner, with your Shakti, with your Shiva, with the yin and yang of it, and the two of you recognize the place in you where there is only one of you, and simultaneously acknowledge the place where there are two of you, then the act of making love is at the same moment an act of working from within oneself, and simultaneously it's an experience between two people. So when you sit down opposite your partner, cross-legged, and look directly into their eyes, and what you see is a face, and the face looks desirable to you, that's duality. And you look, and your face simultaneously is looking desirable to the other person. I can tell you that. And then you say, yes, and that one too. And then you just keep looking directly in their eyes, and then the face changes again. And then you see somebody that's very repugnant to you. And they see somebody that's very repugnant to them. And you say, yeah, and that one too. And then you see somebody that is childlike. I've told this story before. It may be helpful to see what I'm talking about taking LSD with Ronnie Lang in London. And he's a psychiatrist. And Ronnie and I took LSD, and then Ronnie came over to me, and he looked at me when we got high. He looked at me as if he were an old, wise, kind, good, protective father. And the minute I saw him looking that way, I felt like a defenseless little child, just embraced by his protectiveness. And the minute I had let myself totally into that one, his face changed and he became the most defenseless little child. And when I saw this poor, pathetic, defenseless little child, out of me came this fantastic feeling of protective, old, wise, kind father. And the minute I had just gotten comfortable in that role, I'll take care of you, Ronnie. It's okay. I know what it must be like for you. His face changed again. And he was a fellow adventurer on a great journey. And into my face came the feeling of, wow, we're really journeying together. Did you see what we just did? See? Isn't this an exciting journey? And here we were having an exciting, all silently, all in meme, all in faces and bodies. And on and on and on we went for 4 or 5, 6 hours, just going through role change after role change after role change. And that one too. And that one too. The executioner and the condemned. Son and father, child and mother, teacher and student, guru and chela, lover and beloved. Wow, scary, scary, scary one. And be able to say in each case, yes, and that one too. Right, and that one too. Until you go through role after role after role after role, until the face ceases to be form because you finished with each of the roles that was taking form. Because you begin to see, since the person's face is changing before your very eyes, that your desires, your model, your thought form is taking that matter and putting it into form. And be able to say in each case, yes, and that one too. Right, and that one too. Until you go through role after role after role after role, until the face ceases to be form because you finished with each of the roles that was taking form. Because you begin to see, since the person's face is changing before your very eyes, that your desires, your model, your thought form is taking that matter and putting it into form. You know how when your moods change, the entire world changes. You create it differently. And finally you see behind all that, and you just see the eyes of the other person. It's just the eyes, and here we are, just eyes. Just here. And we see that you and I are involved in infinite variety of roles all the time. And those are the vehicles through which we speak. But we speak only to ourselves. We speak only to ourselves. Now, at that moment, then the act of lovemaking, what does it mean and how does it work then? then it becomes a physiological dance of two parts of form, experienced by a single consciousness. And then it becomes like mudra. Mudras are statements made with form, like this is a mudra of prayer. That's a mudra. That's a mudra. That's a mudra. Your body is always making a statement. It's always making a statement. Each of you at this moment, your body is making a statement. Most of these statements, most of us are unconscious of most of the time. We just think we're keeping our body around, keeping it comfortable. But in fact, it's making statements. And when you start to bring all of your being into consciousness at every level, your body statement becomes part of the whole process. And it's completely consciously done the way you move. And you watch a conscious being move and you notice there's no effort that isn't, it's as if every movement is an act of the highest art and the highest beauty. Because each statement is absolutely perfectly conscious. And each one is the optimum place to be at that moment. So you get a feeling when you watch a conscious being move that you are watching something like a tree sway. You're watching a harmonious act, an act that's harmonious. And then you begin to see that that body movement, just like a work of art or a piece of music or anything else, in its purest sense, in the fourth chakra sense or above, is merely a statement of truth. It's a statement of God. In other words, you're doing it in its sacred rather than its profane form. You're doing it as a statement of truth. And that means that's what's called a consecrated act. It's a consecrated act. And so then lovemaking becomes a consecrated act. Because there is one consciousness which is higher than each of you separately that is performing this act with your with the two bodies, which is an act, a statement of truth. Statement of truth. And then it's just not making love, but it's eating, and it's toileting, and it's walking, and it's driving, and it's meeting everybody you ever meet. When you meet somebody on the street, is that somebody you're meeting on the street somebody different than you're making love to? And if so, why? What model is it in your head? Does it scare you to think that you'd walk down the street and you would look at everybody as your lover? Is that too much? Can you handle that one? So it's scary to you because you think of it in second chakra terms. Because you think, well, if it's my lover, that must mean I want to go to bed with him. That's in your model of lust of subject-object. But the lover in the sense of, here we are. Wow, here we are. Here we are. Here we are again. Wow, dig that. Here we are. Because if what I said is true, about that when you live in the fourth chakra, you are as high as you're going to be when you're at the moment of orgasm. Now think of walking down and getting on the 3rd Avenue bus in the moment of orgasm. And think of meeting the grocery store man in the moment of orgasm. And think of meeting the policeman in the moment of orgasm. And think of eating your breakfast in the middle of orgasm. And think of going to the toilet in the middle of orgasm. It's hard, isn't it? And the minute of that merging, unitive, all coming together, oneness of, right? And all I'm doing is walking down the street. That's the meaning of the term yoga. That's the ananda of Sat Chit Ananda. It's the absolute bliss, it's called. taking your own life just the way it is at this moment. How do you transform that? How do you transform it? How do you bring consciousness into it, into every nook and cranny of it? Now, in our Western doing way, we first usually think we ought to change our life. If you got a job, give it up. If you're at school, drop out. If you're not married, marry. If you're whatever it is, go to an ashram. Do something. Stop eating, start eating, eat this, eat that. Do this, do that. But as you've done all that after a while, so you rush and do it sometimes, and then you see that you bring with you all the stuff that you're trying to get rid of into each new external environment. Although each external environment may call forth different parts of where you are at. So that if you go up into the mountains and live alone, it will not arouse in you certain kinds of worldly desires that would be aroused were you sitting in the middle of New York City. But then you find when you come back to New York City, you have to face a lot of those anyway. All you did was push them out of sight. You didn't finish with them. So finally you get mature enough and wise enough to start with right where you are now. If you're a man with a job and a professional responsibility and a commitment, here I am. If you're a woman with children, here I am. If you're somebody who is working in service, here I am. If you're somebody who is drifting, here I am. If you're somebody that's an artist, here I am. If you're somebody that's... Start with where you are. And you start to bring to bear consciousness on every part of that life just the way it is now. With the understanding that as you bring consciousness to bear on every part of your life, that part of your life will change to come more into harmony with the Tao, more into harmony with the universe, with form, with all manifestation of form, without your doing anything. It's like I didn't have to stop seeing my old friends. It all just fell away. And it fell away because I wasn't the person I used to be. And there wasn't any reason for us to be together. And there was a feeling, there wasn't any ripping, there was just a dropping away. And the mature being realizes that growth is very much like the snake shedding its skin. The skin falls away, you don't rip it off. You don't have to say, goodbye, parents, I'm leaving, rip, rip, I got to rip. That's only because you don't have enough faith. That you got to make some external waves in order to prove to yourself you're doing something. But actually, the process goes on just very gently within the field you're in right at the moment. Like you can work with the thought that any time you can say about anything in the universe, quote, that brings me down, the next line you should say is, well, that's my problem. Meaning that's a place in my head that I'm stuck in. That's why it brings me down. In the yoga, one of the methods is called contentment. That's not a goal, that's a method. Most people say, sure, well, when I'm finished, I'll be content. No, that isn't the game. The game is contentment, meaning it is just the way it is, just the way it is. This is the way it is, okay? Now, I can be content at this moment, and at the same moment, the next moment, I will move towards something else. Like I can be sitting here, and I'm here, and this is content. But in this body situation is the seeds of the fact that I'm going to do this. Because there is some tension in my body, because it's not in harmony, because certain muscles are being strained and so on. So I can sit here, and at the same moment there is that tension, and the next moment that tension is going to motivate me to do this. Still, when I am here, I am content. 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 Okay? Can you hear what I'm saying about that? So that even though you're going to change something the next minute, that doesn't mean you change it out of discontent. It changes because it changes. It changes because it changes. Now, it is under that basis that you do everything you do in yoga. You do it because you do it. But at each moment you are exactly where we are, which is content. And as you begin to calm down and hear and see more and understand more, you begin to feel the way in which your body and the way in which your breath affect your state of consciousness. And you begin to notice that very often your body brings you down. It's like if I wish to do a formal meditation and put my body in a certain position, like into a lotus position, and sit down and get myself perfectly balanced so that the weight is forward on my body, so it's sort of on the thighs and on the front of the rib cage, and I just sit down like this, I can at that point, my body can fit into the harmony of the universe in such a way through balance and so on that I don't have to think about my body anymore. My body won't keep demanding consciousness, saying, knee hurts, back's getting sore, leg going to sleep, sending all these messages which are saying, do something about me. And as you start to do that first exercise we did this morning, which is just bringing your mind to one-pointedness, and you see why your mind can't get to one-pointedness, you begin to feel that your body is sort of catching you somehow or other. And that the model of coming into some other harmony means getting something done with your body. And you begin to work on your body, on your diet, on your body movements, on your breath. Just because. You start to notice that when you eat certain foods, you feel certain ways. It's an old art. If you want to be on the second chakra, you eat aphrodisiacal foods. There are certain kinds of foods that are called rajasic foods in this Hindu system, meaning fiery foods like spices and meat and so on that are into more like first, second, and third chakra stuff. You eat first, second, and third chakra foods, you'll be first, second, and third chakra person. Because in some way you are what you eat until until you get to the level of consciousness where you can transmute. The minute you can transmute energy, you can take anything into your system and move it immediately up into the place it's got to be, to a higher center. But until you can do that, where it comes, what you take in has a ascending thing in it. It'll support some particular model or another. We're going to do an exercise during the noon meal of conscious eating. And then we'll be discussing food more in the afternoon. But now I'd like us to do something with pranayam, or breath. Now everybody moved out of some place or other into something or other, with some thought or other. Right? All you have to do is note that. I don't, it's noted. Pranayam, which is the fourth of the 8 limbs of the yoga. We've been working with number 2 and number 1 primarily thus far. The fourth limb of the yoga is called pranayam, which means control of prana, or life force. And it's concerned with learning how to move prana, or energy, up your spine, get it up into the higher centers. When you really are doing pranayam, when I am into pranayam, in the formal sense, pranayam will take me into every state that I ever got into with LSD. Pranayam is the most powerful method that I use in terms of straight power. Although there were power mantras I use, which are just about as powerful, but this is extraordinarily powerful stuff. What I'm going to share with you are the 3 basic breathing techniques to get the process going. You use them for 5-6 months until you get certain clues inside you. The effects of these breathing things are that your breath will become very, very calm all day long. Very gentle and calm. And if you're going to be able to develop a center so you can see how it is, you have to stay right here, calm. And you begin to see how your environment, your breath is your environment. That's one kind of an environment. And if you study a yogi, his breath is always so thin. My teacher can be running up a hill, and you listen to his breath, and I get up to the top of the hill, and his breath is absolutely. Now, besides calming the breath, these exercises in pranayam will simultaneously give you a feeling of lightness all day long. The third thing they will do, and this is very interesting because I thought of these as very trivial things until I started to see how they work. The pranayam is so powerful it starts to affect your diet very strongly. It starts to affect what you can eat when you're really doing pranayam. You got to really get into it, but that's the way it works. It also affects your blood, and it will start to sensitize you to certain nerves in your body. Here's how it works. Now, you may have learned breathing exercises in different ways. That's groovy. Do your own. These are not his versus mine. These are merely a set. There are many paths, and this is one traditional path of breathing. Breath is one of the ways to tune in on pran, that's all. Breath and pran are not necessarily the same. Pran is all energy. Breath is merely one of the corners of it. These three exercises, which are called Shitli, Bastrika, and Nari Sodan, are to be done on an empty stomach, and they are to be done with, meaning no food for 3 hours and no liquid for an hour. When you are doing a total sadhana, that means you are doing nothing else but your sadhana, but your spiritual work, and everything in your life is designed around that. Then you are able to organize your life so that you could do the breathing 4 times a day at 6, 12, 6, and 12. If you're living in a cave, for example. Most people in the West, at the degree of intensity at which they do their sadhana, can perhaps do it twice a day, and the minimum, of course, is once a day. And perhaps the best time to do it is early in the morning. And if it's to be 2 times a day, it's early in the morning and the evening before you take your evening food, if you're going to take evening food. The head, neck, and chest are kept in a straight line. Now, these 3 breathing exercises are taught in 2 ways. One, they're taught in a very gentle way, and one, they're taught in a much more powerful way, which I started to teach this more powerful way, and then somebody came up to me and said, "You're not supposed to teach that to people. That's dangerous." So I immediately wrote to my teacher, and I said, "I'm not supposed to teach that. That's dangerous." And he wrote back and he says, "It's all right. So I'll teach it to you just the way I know it, because I have a feeling that the danger lies in the way in which it's invested, and I don't feel any danger in any of these. And I'll explain the one I do, which is the one beyond these, and what the dangers are connected with it. Since anything I know, you're welcome to know. Now, the secret or the power method of these is the closing of the mulbund. The mulbund is an opening, or it's a set of nerves you activate which tightens a set of muscles. And these muscles, you can experience them. They are 2 fingers width behind the genitals and 2 fingers width in front of the anus. There's a place, which is right down in here, where a series of nerves, it's like a nerve center, and when you pull back and in and up on that, it's like pulling back into the genitals, and when you go to the toilet, when you defecate, you tighten your sphincter afterwards, and it's that same feeling of tightening the sphincter and pulling back in on the genitals. Now, most people have learned through psychoanalysis of one form or another to let all that open. See, otherwise it's known in the culture as being tight-assed or some image like that. And now you're going to learn to close it and keep it closed. Right? And you will keep it closed during the entire 3 breathing exercises. Later on, you'll learn how to keep it closed all the time. So just it automatically stays closed. You just open it when you need to open it. You don't keep it open and close it when you need to close it. Now, at first, when you try to close it, you'll feel a brrrr and a tight, and you can't do it, and you forget, and that's all part of the course. It's all cool. Don't get uptight. It's sometimes helpful to take a little ball of cloth, like a kind of a bigger golf ball made of cloth. Don't use a rock or anything like that. A piece of cloth, and stick it under there so that it presses up on those, and it helps those stay closed. Helps remind you, too, to keep them closed. And you can carry your little yoga kit, which includes your earplugs and your little ball of cloth and stuff like that, and your tube for washing out your nose. And then if you get more advanced, you have your long piece of cloth that you swallow and you bring out your rectum and you clean your intestines. Depends on how deep you want to get into the whole program. This is the first round of methodology, so we won't do any rectal cleaning today. So you try to keep the mulbun closed, and I'll try to remind you about it. And it doesn't matter where you're starting from. It doesn't matter anything about your age. It doesn't matter anything about your previous anything. It's just whether or not you're ready to do these kinds of things. I started yoga when I was 35, I guess, and I was like, I couldn't have sat in this position for more than 10 seconds without excruciating pain, right? In the, oh, God, ooh, you know that place? And now I just put my body there and leave it there. And that all happened within like 3 months. Of 3 months of just doing it. Just cut out all the, can I do it? Will I do it? Just do it, see? It's just simple as that. Just do it. But get comfortable. Don't just get so that your head, neck, and chest are in a straight line. You can sit in a chair. Doesn't matter. Whichever way you can do your thing most comfortably, so you can get your body cool. The mulbun closed. Now, this particular kind of breath control is all preparatory, and therefore it's all, in this case, it's all upper breathing. It is not lower breathing. You're not breathing down here. It's up in the chest, diaphragm. So there is another bund or opening called the Udian bund, which is right here. Now, in different kinds of things, you do different kinds of breathing. And it's not good and evil. It's just different kinds of breathing for different purposes. This particular type of breathing is upper breathing. You close the Udian bund as well. That's where you suck in on your gut just a little bit. Now you can notice that when you let out your air completely, you can suck way in the gut, and when you strengthen those muscles, your stomach starts to go in rather than out or straight. It goes way in under your chest cavity. But at the moment, you just pull it in just a little bit. So you've closed the mulbund and the Udian bund. And then this first one called Sheetli, you extend your tongue and make it into a U. Now, many people say, I can't do that. Statistics sometimes say that 70% of the population can do it and 30% can't do it. It's been a study of who can make their tongue into a U. See? However, most of the people that say they can't can. They just never have learned how to do it. So all you got to do is stand in front of a mirror and do all the things with your tongue you think you could do until it turns into a U, because there's a place that it turns into a U, but you don't know it, see, because you've never looked at it. So you get there and you get as close to it as you possibly. You extend your tongue quite far, create the U, then breathe the air. You breathe, this is a good thing to do facing the sun or facing the sun in your mind, and you breathe light force in through your tongue. And then you close your mouth and let it out your nose. And the breath is not forced and it's not shallow. It's deep, but not forced deep. Now, one more thing. While you're doing that, you keep your attention focused right here on your ajna. Okay? So that you bring in all this energy and you bring it as fast as you can right to this point. And when you're doing this properly, after you've done even 5 of them, you will feel a huge burning sensation right up here. You'll feel tremendous heat, and you will start to experience light in your forehead. Just from this breathing exercise, after you learn how to do it. Now, you do 5 of them the first time you do it. Then every time you do it, you add 1 more till you get up to 50. So we'll do 5 now. The next time you do it, you do 6, then 7, and so on up to 50. Then you do 50 each time. Right? Close mulbund, close Udian bund, head, neck, and chest in a straight line, in through the mouth, out through the nose, bringing all of the energy right to the place between your eyes. Okay. Do 5 of them. That is called Sheetli. Second of these is called Bastrika. It is also known as the bellows. You will again close your Uddiyana Bund, keep as a little bit, keep your Mul Bund closed, the lower Bund closed. Bund means gate. The breathing again is upper chest, upper breathing. You will take short staccato breaths in through your nose, breathing in and out, hitting the in point and the out point as if with a trip hammer. It's as if tick, tut, 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 tut. The game is to keep the in-breath and the out-breath of equal duration and equal intensity. And go as fast as you can comfortably go, keeping those of equal duration and equal intensity. The body during this entire exercise is to be kept relaxed. The focus is on the inside of the tip of the nose. That is right inside where when you breathe, you'll feel air hit the nostrils right here. And when the air hits these nostrils, that's the place right there you focus on. And just put your attention there. You do this for 30 seconds, and you just estimate 30 seconds. Just feel your way through a clock for 30 seconds or however long, 30 seconds. And then at the end of that time, rest for a few moments and then do another 30 seconds. Evenly, calmly, but in and out trip hammer, like do it just at the rate you can do it. Or brrr. But fiercely. Don't be too gentle. Fiercely. Head, neck, and chest, straight line. Mul Bund closed. That one was called Bastrika. The third one is called Nari Sodan. Nari Sodan is ultimately the most powerful of these three, although it appears to be the least, often at the beginning anyway. In this initial way of doing it, you take your third finger, place it on your forehead of your right hand, and then using your thumb on your right nostril and your fourth finger on your left nostril, you now control your two nostrils. Right. Your third finger is right on your ajna.
If, therefore, thine eye be single, the whole body shall be full of light. That was from Matthew. When mind soars in pursuit of the things conceived in space, it pursues emptiness. But when man dives deep within himself, he experiences the fullness of existence. Meher Baba. We are only that is, exist only in the world of relativity.
The vanity of man jibes at that statement. Man is accustomed to think himself important. His ego, he likes to think, holds the attention of superhuman powers. Gods and demons carefully watch his acts and thoughts, applauding some and punishing others. In himself, man has built a sub-office of the invisible tribunal of divine judges, and there he distributes praise and blame. So says Alexander David Neal in these secret oral teachings. Allegiance to the void implies denial of its voidness. The more you talk about it, the more you think about it, the further from it you go. Stop talking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you will not understand. Return to the root, and you will find the meaning. Pursue the light, and you lose its source. Look inward, and in a flash, you will conquer the apparent and the void. All come from mistaken views. There is no need to seek truth. Only stop having views. So says Sing Sun. When the mind perceives an object, it is transformed into the shape of that object. So the mind which thinks of the divinity, which it worships, the Ishta Devata, is at length, through continued devotion, transformed into the likeness of that Devata. By allowing the Devata, the God, to occupy the mind for long, it becomes as pure as the Devata. This is the fundamental principle of Tantric sadhana, or religious practice. There are two views which are statements of dualism, or non-dualism is the first, advaitism, and dualism, dvaitism. When you realize that all talking and all thinking is dualistic, because you got to think about something and talk about something and talk to somebody, you realize that, and when you realize that what we seek is non-dualistic, we understand the words of Teng San says, stop talking, stop thinking, and just be. It's an interesting question of what we're doing here tonight, why we're here. More words? I guess we have to be here until we don't have to be here anymore. That's the only way I can figure it. I'm the remotest idea why we're here. I mean, I can tell you game within game within game within game, but I don't think it has anything to do with it. I just turn out to be here and you turn out to be here. Well, is by our being here, are we getting deeper into a trap? Non-dualist said we would be. He said, stop talking about it and just be it. And what the dualist says is you use the crutch until you don't need it anymore. Ramana Maharshi says, you use a stick to stir the funeral pyre, knowing full well that at the end you'll throw the stick into the fire too.
certainly must be apparent to all of us that this is a sort of a middle position we're in. But how can we use this gathering as an exercise in order to help ourselves on the way? Because there's nothing else to do anyway, but become enlightened. We can retain a degree of consciousness throughout this whole experience in which we see it as an experience, instead of collecting an experience. Wow, I got so high the other night. Man, whew. That's like a thing out there. Let's just all be here and dig this whole drama unfold. I was trying to figure out, driving up Bayshore, what about holy men trips, because it's very heavy. I was in Los Angeles the other night, and the scene got very far out. And at the end of the evening, in this beautiful Unitarian church, there were several hundred people standing there for eternity. We were all just zombies. And people would come up to touch my feet. Now, I go through a number of trips about that, as you might well imagine. The first time it happened to me in India, when I walked around, see, when you take on a certain garb of the dhoti and so on, walk barefoot with, you're a sadhu, and then it is of spiritual merit to grustas or householders to honor a sadhu, to feed him or to touch his feet or something like that. And in India, there are 10 million sadhus who are sort of like dropouts. They're dropouts specifically for the purpose of serving God. Now, within such a collection of people, obviously many of them are in it because it's an easy trip. And there's a lot of impurity, obviously. But it is a major spiritual active force in a country. And it's just what the very mobile young monks on the path are doing in America. They're becoming these spiritual uplifters that are just going from place to place, being straight, being here. You see them thumbing everywhere around the country, and they're like, they're little short of being what Meher Baba dealt with as mosts. Those God intoxicants, you'd find one sitting in a garbage dump somewhere. He'd been sitting there for 20 years, and he just sort of kept the spiritual scene in his community cool. That was his trip. And in a way, you see these kind of seeds of spirit just sort of drifting around, light going hither and yon. Now, when it first happened in India that somebody touched my feet, I got very uncomfortable because I felt like as I've said before, an overage hippie, explorer, dilettante, whatever else you might call me. But I didn't feel like a holy man. And Bhagwan Das, my guru brother, he's very, very far out guy. He's the one from Laguna Beach. He said, well, when they do that, he's my teacher, one of my teachers there. He's 23 or 4. He said, well, when they do that to you, you just honor them in your heart. You touch their feet in your heart, because you can't do it there because that's not the way sadhus do the thing. Okay, so I started to do that. The other night when it started to happen again in America, because people understand that prana is emitted from high spiritual beings, and people go through a trip. I've gotten so high being around you, you must be really high, so I'll come touch your feet and get prana, or I want to honor you, or I love you, or whatever it is. And I dug after a while that was like a failure on my part. Because if the thing really was working, you would turn around and touch each other's feet or honor each other. In other words, everybody would see that it's us, and that we wouldn't start a new game of holy man. And after a number of people had done this, I was just so zonked I could hardly move, because what happens is when they do that to you, they feed in all their love and energy, and it just takes you out. I mean, it's like a gift of so much prana. And I was just going out and out and out and out. So once in a temple in in Nainital, in India. And I was sitting in meditation. And it was looking out over a valley in the Himalayas. It was very beautiful. And I was quite centered. And I was not very much in my body. And I suddenly experienced these hands. My eyes were closed. I suddenly experienced these hands massaging my arms and my legs. Very strong hands. And of course, the thing happening to me brought me down to another state. Because I couldn't, I wasn't harmonious with the model I had of the world, that people come up and rub your legs. And I opened my eyes just a trifle. I came down. And there were this elderly couple who had come to pay homage at the temple, and they saw this sadhu meditating, and so they came up to do this thing, which was a thing to help me with my work. And of course, it got me so high because of the purity with which they did it. Because there was no hustle, it was so pure. You know? And so there's a sequel to that story, a strange one, but the other side of the coin, the yin-yang of it all, that on the train from Bareilly to Delhi, a night train, Bhagwan Das and I had third-class seats, or fourth, whatever the lowest class is, where you go with your knees up to your chin and you know, there are 100 people in a room about this big, and everybody's grooving, you know, all the muscles and bones, and it's just a mass of, you know. The train goes about 18 miles an hour for 10 hours, you know. And you might as well give in. See, it's the surrender to humanity, because if you fight India, it's horrible, you know. And the minute you surrender to the Divine Mother, it's, oh, wow, you know, she just, you know. But she is the mother. She's really the mother. And so I was looking forward to this scene, because I know how I have to go through all my trips about everything before I surrender into that. But I know it demands it finally, a very unrelenting teacher. And this baggage man came along and he said, sadhus, American sadhus, from America. He said, you know, sit in carriage there. Come. I run baggage cars. I have a whole empty baggage car. I'll give just you. Wow, that's pretty far. Sure, man. So we go, and it's a baggage car. It's got places to put bags, but there's a place you can sort of stretch out on the floorboards. It's sort of like that, you know. And he says, I won't let anybody, when I want, come in and visit, I'll knock. Closes the door, and he says, all the freight's in the next car. And he goes away, and the train starts. And after a while, his knock, and we let him in, and he says, oh, sadhus, I am so honored to have you here. And I was starting on my trip again, you know, like the people up in the temple. And I'm sitting there, and I'm in the lotus position, and I'm just sort of going with the train and going out on the train on the wheels and so on. And I feel these hands on my legs massaging. And I thought, oh, wow, I'm going to get this trip again. You know, this is like so much, you know. And I really settle into it. See, Then the hands keep going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher until I think, oh, wow, a thought form enters my head. See? So all I did was I just created a field in which that thought form didn't exist. I just became a statue. You know, and it really turns you off to make it with a statue, you know. It just gives nothing at all. There's just no one home, you know. So he immediately finished, you know, he lost interest. And he said, I can't keep this place for just you people. I've got to let many people in. And then he let in, you know, all of us again. So this happened in Los Angeles, see, there's this feet-touching business, and I thought, well, now, this is getting a little out of hand, because I don't think we can handle all that, you know. And I sat there, it was so beautiful, and it was pure, but it was scary because of the impurity of my thoughts, you know. Finally, I guess I got to my point, and I stood up and I said, well, everybody, that's showbiz. So the latest report I got yesterday was they heard somebody say, oh, Albert, oh, you know, he's that stand-up Jewish comic. Actually, I'm a sit-down one. Why I've become a holy man is because there's nothing else to do. But why I come on like a holy man, in other words, why I play the holy man game, being a holy man and playing the holy man game are quite different. Most of everybody here is a holy man, but not everybody's playing the holy man game. It's a game with rules and rituals and, you know, very stylized thing. It's like a barber or a policeman or the holy man. You know. But the reason I play it is very much because I understand the only thing I can do is work on myself. That's the only thing I can do either for my enlightenment or for the enlightenment of any other being in form, is to work on my own consciousness. And I dig that when I'm around a certain kind of consciousness, that I'm helped greatly. I'm opened up greatly. And that consciousness is called, in India, in Sanskrit, it's called satsang, and in Buddhism, it's called sangha. You know, in Buddhism, you take you make the three statements. Buddham saranam gacchami, Dharmam saranam gacchami, Sangham saranam gacchami. That's, I take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge in a being who is enlightened. Somebody makes it. And in Buddha consciousness. I take refuge in the Dharma, meaning the law or the way or the process, the method. The karma, the sanskaras, that's all Dharma. It's the laws under which you're functioning in nature and all the astral and causal planes that keep you being what you're being at this moment. That's your Dharma. And I take refuge in the Sangha, or the community of monks who are on the path. Now, there is a stage in one's development, in one's opening, where you are still using methods. And one of the methods, this is the time when the tree is very young, as Ramakrishna says, and it's the time when you're surrounded by a fence to keep it from being broken down. And that's the time when you surround yourself with beings who understand what you understand. That's Sangha, Satsang. So I dug that by being a holy man, in the game sense, that the only people that would hang out with me would be people who were digging to be around holy men, which is a self-selecting factor. I mean, psychiatrists, for the most part, won't be around holy men because they'll say they're nuts and they don't hang out around psychotics. Government officials, for the most part, won't hang out with holy men. Up-and-coming young businessmen won't hang out with holy men. If you read one of the highest books that's ever been written, The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, it's a big, fat book. There was a guy by the name of M, who was a devotee of Ramakrishna's, and he had a phenomenal memory. And every day he just dedicated years of his life to copying down everything that was said at these darshans where Ramakrishna hung out. And you watch businessmen come to Ramakrishna trying to hold on to their businessman-ness. You know, they corner on the energy market on the physical plane. And you'd see people from every walk of life, and you'd see phony holy men coming to Ramakrishna, and he was really doing them in, lovingly. The other day I was staying with Laura Huxley down in Los Angeles, and Laura said to me, everything you're doing sounds so beautiful, but what about all the people that are really lost? I mean, what are you doing for anybody like that? After all, everybody that comes to have darshan is somebody who's come to have darshan. That already is a self-selecting factor. And I said, well, as far as I understand light, it just spreads. And that each of us just emits whatever light we have, and it just keeps spreading through everybody it touches all the time. And everything that goes out in waves from each of us, those high beings who are here, who are feeding energy into me, that energy is coming out again for us. We're taking it out, we're taking it out, we're taking it out, and people we will be meeting a month from tonight will be receiving the light that we are sharing at this moment. The purification just goes out like ripples on a lake. And I thought to myself, if I get highest when I'm alone, which is true, when I do the purest work, why am I sitting with other people? Why am I seeking this? Why am I creating? What kind of desires are creating this phenomenon? Since your desires are creating me, as you see me, you might see me as a hippie playing a role, you might see me as a holy man, you might see me as old Dick Alpert, you might see me as Ram Dass, you might see me as somebody who's been to India, you might see me as another cat who's laying out a line, like, who knows? That's your desires. From my desires, that's all this. I thought, why aren't I sitting in the temple in the Himalayas? What am I doing here? I can sit in the temple in the Himalayas, there's nothing keeping me. Just go to the Himalayas and sit in the temple. And then I remembered sitting in the temple in the Himalayas. And I sat in the temple in the Himalayas, and the way I would do it is in the mornings, I would meditate to calm my mind down. I'd sit, do all my asanas and my pranayam. First you go and you take an ice cold bath in the river, 4:30 in the morning in the dark. Chanting, that's far out. And you go to the toilet and you do the whole thing, and then you come in and you light your incense and your candle at the puja table, and you do your puja. And then you meditate and you do breathing, pranayam, and then you do asanas, body, hatha yoga. Then tea, or whatever you had. That was my addiction, was tea. Then I'd sit by the river as the sun came up and look out, and then I would start to meditate. And when I'd meditate, I would do usually this method that I've talked about a lot, the method enunciated by the Southern Buddhists, the Theravadas, the Hinayanas. See, if you went to certain monasteries, you say, well, man, this is all groovy here, but this is too much of a scene. I'm going to a monastery. So you're now transported to, say, Ceylon or someplace like that, and you knock on the door of a monastery, and you say, I'd like to be enlightened. And they say, come this way. And you think, aha, I'm in. Really, I'm in. I got one... When we got to Sarnath, that's where Buddha delivered his first sermon at the Deer Park. We were staying usually at hostels or at church temples. And we got to Sarnath, and there is a Tibetan Buddhist temple and a Jain temple, and there's the Indian Mahabodhi Society, and they have a hostel, but you got to pay 50 cents a night. And then there was a Chinese Buddhist temple that was very remote feeling, awesomely remote. So the Tibetan temple was full because the Dalai Lama was coming because they were going to consecrate a new school. The Jain temple didn't like Westerners because they had a lot of trouble and they called everybody hippies. The Mahabodhi Society charged. So we sat in the chai walla, the chai stand, the tea stand, figuring out what to do next. And my guru brother said, well, go get us into the Chinese Buddhist temple. I said, but they don't take Westerns. He said, well, go do it. So he never asked me to do anything. He always fed me and took care of me. So I figured if he wants me to do it, I guess I do it. So I walked into this very Chinese inner garden place in the temple. Awesome, huge sitting stone Buddha in the temple, and that's practically all there is. And it's a huge building as high as this. And there's nothing else practically in the room. There's two Buddhas back to back, actually, little one behind. And I found a man washing the floor, and I said to him, I and another American would like to stay here to study. And he says, he didn't understand, come in this way. And he let me into a room. You stay here. And pretty soon as I sat there, these monks started to drift into the room. They smiled, and I smiled, till there were about 8 or 9 of them. People, monks and others from the temple. And there was a big fan going around. And then this old man monk came in, and he sat down, and he motioned for a young interpreter. He says, what does he want? So I said, well, this other fellow and I are traveling, and we're making a religious pilgrimage, and we'd like to study for 2 weeks, and we'd like to stay at your temple. And he looked at me, and they looked, and I didn't know what was going to happen next. And he burst out laughing. And then he got up and walked out. And then all the other 9 monks got up and walked out, and I was left there alone. I thought, well, what do you suppose just happened? I can't. I don't know what just happened. And then a fellow came along. He said, come this way. Took me to a room, opened it, said, this is the bed, this is the bathroom, and he gave me the key, and that was it. I'll tell you just another smidgen of that part of the drama, because it was so beautiful. About the middle of the night, around 3 in the morning, I was sort of in a sleep, half meditation, half sleep state, and I started to hear this awesome chanting. So I went to the door, and I opened the door, and the sky was beautiful, the moon was full, and it was all like all old Chinese type trees. And a pagoda-style roofs and all with a moon on it. And there was this chanting that was coming from somewhere else. And I stuck along by the temple till I came to the temple door, and I realized it was coming from inside the temple, and there was a candle lit in the temple. And I didn't dare look in the temple because it seemed like it was none of my business. I hadn't been invited in, and maybe this was some ceremony, and they didn't tell me about that. I just sort of sat down outside to, tune in on it. And it went on, and I assumed they've got many more people living here than I thought. They must have 30, 40 people here. And after about 2 hours of this absolutely beautiful chanting coming from all different spaces and so on, it stopped, and out walked a little old man. And I followed him, and there was a gate in the front of the temple that was locked. It was locked until 7 in the morning. And the gate was very far out because it had the swastika on it, which is but when you look at it from one side, and you're standing there holding bars, looking through a swastika, it takes you on an interesting side trip. And he walked up to this huge 8-foot gate. He must have been well into his middle 60s. And I thought we'd just stand there together till the gate opened. And he just climbed over the gate and walked away. So I figured all the other 39 guys went out another way, because I didn't understand the temple. So the next morning at around 3:30 or 4, I got up again, and I went in. This time I peeked. And there was this one guy. So, in one corner was a huge drum, and in another corner was a cymbal, and somewhere else were bells. And he was working with the echoes of this building. And he was just walking around chanting to different walls and different ceilings. And you knew he had been doing this for maybe 30, 40 years. Every night, in the middle of the night. And it was that kind of music. I was meditating in the temple, and I was doing the rising, falling. See, if you went into the temple in Ceylon, they'd say, come this way, and they'd take you in a room, and they'd say, you sit right here on this mat. And they'd say, please notice that right in the middle of below your rib cage, when you breathe, certain muscles move. So you breathe, and you see that certain muscles move. And they say, when the muscle moves, follow it. So you follow it, it goes out, and then it goes down. And it goes out, and it goes down. There are a lot of muscles in there, but one of them goes out when you breathe in, and it goes down when you breathe out, or out and in. And that one you tune in on, and every time it goes up, you think rising. And every time it goes down, you think falling. And the man says, you understand? And you say, yes. He says, thank you, and he leaves. You came all the way to Ceylon, see? And you've joyously been accepted into a temple. And you've been put in a room, and you've been told to watch this muscle go up and down, right? And the door's been closed, and that's it. Right? Every day your food's left outside the door. Everybody smiles at you when they see you. Okay? Now what? Do you get enlightened? Well, I'll tell you what happened in my part of this journey. That I sat in the temple and I did rising, falling, rising, falling, rising, falling. And I would go deep into it and I would get into waves of bliss, and then a thought would come up. A thought form. And the thought forms, some of them at first were very agitated little thought forms, like your knee hurts. See? Or maybe you ought to have another cup of tea before you begin. Or, do you think the mail's here yet? Or, these damn flies. Whatever it is, one of those little ones, thought forms. See? Most of them don't capture your consciousness after a while because you're used to them, you know, and they're like demons that you had visit before, and you welcome, sit over there, you know, it's cool. Have some tea, biscuits. We're all here, it's groovy. And you go on doing your thing, rising, falling. They don't want to interrupt you, really. I mean, they just want to create a little hassle. They just want to be known that they're present. And you honor them. You don't try to stop them. You don't say, get out, I'm busy meditating. You know? Sure, you got a pain in your knee? Come on in. You might as well anyway. It's going to come in. You know, you might, And then I'd have some of these thoughts like, I wonder what I'll do back in the United States. Now those I couldn't dismiss so easily. Those would fascinate me, see. And I'm just sitting there hanging out. I mean, one of the hippies in Kathmandu said to me that meditation passes the time to lunch. And I was passing the time to lunch, and it was a good thing to think about. What do you do back in America? Once I was thinking about that, and in that afternoon, or I think it was that afternoon, maybe the next morning, I got a message that Maharaj-ji wanted to see me. And I went over to see Maharaj-ji, and I came to him, and he said, you were in America last night. It's like, who do you think you're kidding? You know? I mean, you can leave your body around, but who do you think you're fooling? We know where you are. You're in America. So after a while, when you're just doing this kind of idiot's delight, this rising, falling, rising, falling, rising, falling, and you go through everything you can say to yourself, like, you know, I've got a whole routine of these now. You say, because they've blown my mind so many. I run through them all, I think. You know, things like, for this you got a PhD. You know, rising and falling, rising and falling. See, it is a stand-up comic routine. Is anybody gonna match? Maharaj-ji once said to me in India, he said, called me over and he whispered in my ear, "You make many people laugh in America." And I said, "Yeah." He says, "That's good." See? It's a 2-in-1 trip. You know, and after about 2 weeks, the guy comes back and he says, "How you doing?" I say, "Doing with what?" And he understands that you haven't yet heard the first message. So he says, "Well, I'll tell you, did you notice that right below your rib cage, there are these little muscles?" He's very patient in his whatever accent it is he speaks with. You know, and he takes you through the thing. You're a Westerner after all. You got to understand. You think you got to do something. Now, all that exercise does, when you do it, by the way, is it helps you burn away all the places you aren't. It helps you burn away all your desires and your attachments by noting them, bringing them into consciousness. Because what you do is you focus on one thing, which could be your breath going in and out. It could be a point of a candle flame, like 2 hands away from your eyebrow, out at the point equal at the height of your ajna is a good place for it. And you just sit and hang out with a candle. And there's the candle and there's you, and you're just hanging out together. You're not saying, "I am going to see Christ in the candle," or "light become me," or you can do all those are other trips. But the simplest one, this one of one-pointedness, is you just hang out with a candle. There's you and the candle, and then there's all these thoughts. Did you ever see in the spring, and I know in New Hampshire it's certainly very clear, the spring, all those tiny little bugs that hang around lights, millions of them? Well, those are like your thoughts. There's you and the candle and all these thoughts. But because you've got the candle as a focal point, you see the thoughts as thoughts rather than going on each one's trip. Because if you don't have any focal point at all, every time there's another stimulation, you'll just go off on that trip. And then you are at the whim of your senses and you're at the whim of your thoughts. And that's like everybody's trip every day, all through life, most of the time. That's totally in the illusion. The other end of that scale, of course, is where there's nobody there and then you're responding to every stimulus. That's when you finish. That's the no-mind state. But where you still are attached, addicted to your rational mind, the game is to bring it down to one point. And then just hold one point and then watch everything else do its dance. All the feelings, all the body sensations, all the thoughts just going by like so much hamburger. I've got to save the world. I'm sick. I've got to do more hatha yoga, whatever your trip is. You see it. There's another trip. You see your own desires. You see yourself creating thought forms. And you dig that thought forms determine what you see around you all the time. I mean, I was looking out here before and I saw 2 huge eyes of my guru. You know, nose coming down. I was sort of standing right on the tip of the nose, looking into these 2 big eyes, thinking, wow, man, you've come at last. Which level do you want? You want to focus in on the cells? Or you want to see the organism, which the cells are part? And you focus on one point and you just stay on that point, and everything just keeps drifting by until there is only that point. Now that is the farthest you can go in dualism. It's one-pointedness. There's you seeing one point. That's on this side of the doorway. It's all within the illusion in Buddhist terms. It doesn't exist. Nothing's happened yet. Of course, in Buddhist, nothing's ever going to happen either. But nothing's happened yet. I mean, you know. And at that point, the game gets very interesting. Because at that point, the point is to give up the place you've just been standing. The highest meditation in that direction is done by Ramana Maharshi, is given by Ramana Maharshi. And it's called vichara Atma, the method of self-inquiry, or who am I? It's an absolute fierce, no-nonsense method of taking you gate, gate, paragate, parasamgate, bodhi swaha, taking you beyond the ocean of existence. But all you need to be able to do is be totally one-pointed. Because if you can't be one-pointed in mind, you can't do any method in yoga. Hatha yoga is a joke without one-pointedness of mind. Certainly bhakti, devotion, how can you sing love songs to somebody and at the same time be wondering what time you're going to go home? I mean, bhakti is totally one-pointed. It's just your beloved. That's the whole idea of bhakti yoga. So dhyan yoga, the yoga of meditation, the highest method you can use, work assuming that you are so totally committed to doing what you're about to do that you can do it. Because there's nothing else to do, because there aren't any attachments to pull you away anymore. So what Ramana Maharshi suggests is you sit down and you put the I, your I, or you can make it EYE even. Put it right in the middle of your head. And then you say, I am not this form, body. And you experience the form as object and the I as subject. And then you break down the parts of the body and you do this. You say, I am not the 5 organs of motion. Arms, I am not the arms. And you experience your arm and you see it as an object. You see it doing its thing. You see how the wrist works and the fingers. And, wow, look at that. It's an exquisite mechanism. It can do fantastic things, you know. It's prehensile, you get awed by the prehensile trip, you know, that we got on a while back. I'm not the arms. I'm not the legs. I'm not the tongue. And you do your tongue, and you see your tongue from I, and see I's here and the tongue's there. Arms, I am not the arms. And you experience your arm, and you see it as an object. You see it doing its thing. You see how the wrist works and the fingers. And, wow, look at that. It's an exquisite mechanism. It can do fantastic things, you know. It's prehensile, you get awed by the prehensile trip, you know, that we got on a while back. I'm not the arms. I'm not the legs. I'm not the tongue. And you do your tongue, and you see your tongue from I, and see I's here and the tongue's there. I am not the anal sphincter. It's the 4th organ of motion. You feel your anal sphincter tightening and loosening, and you see it there doing its thing, and the I is in the middle of your head. 5th one is I am not my genitals. And that takes many people on a number of side trips with a number of demons dropping by. You experience your genitals, and you experience it from the I in the middle of your head, and you see it as object. Then he says,
You say, I am not my 5 organs of sense. Now you listen to your ears hearing. See? You note your ears hearing. Don't identify with your ears hearing, just note them hearing. Note your eyes seeing. Note your nose smelling. Note your tongue tasting. Note your skin feeling. I am not any of those. See, they're just doing their thing in nature. And that isn't who I am either. I'm right back here. I know where I am. Then you say, I'm not the 5 internal organs. I'm not digestion, and you experience the stomach digesting. I am not excretion, and you experience the intestines. I am not respiration, breathing. Circulation, blood. Perspiration, sweat. Each of these systems, you note it in your body, bring it to consciousness, see it as object, and stay in the eye in the middle of your head. And there's one more. See, the system is, I am not this body, 1, then 5, 5, 5, then 1. Now you're ready for the 1. You're down to the place where you've gotten rid of everything else, and all there is the eye in the middle of your head. And then you say, I am not the thought of I. I am not this thought. Which thought am I not? I am not the thought, I am not the thought. Oh, you're not that? Oh, you're not that? You're not that either. You're not that either. You've got it? You've got the leverage on the system? See, every thought you think, you're not that one either. Every place you try to stand, you can't stand there either. What you've done is you put yourself out on the farthest branch and you just cut off the branch. And you see your own thoughts going by like news flashes on the Times building. I am not this thought. No, not that either. You see your thoughts going by like news flashes on the Times building. That's the way you should be seeing this whole scene now going down, by the way. Just as stuff happening. You don't have to collect it, it's just stuff happening. And that's what takes you through the doorway. That's what takes you from dualism to non-dualism. Because at that point you give up the experiencer, you give up the knower who knows. See, God doesn't sit around saying, hey man, I'm God. He just is God. He just is a consciousness. He just is manifesting. He's not laying it on anybody, it just is that. That's why it's reasonable to say that higher consciousness is exactly the distance from you of your next thought. See, if you think you're going to go to India to find a guru, you're going to be thinking in India just like you're thinking here. And sooner or later, somebody's going to put you in a room, see, and tell you to bring your mind to one-pointedness, and they're going to leave you there till you do it. And the person that's going to do it to yourself is you. Because you dig that your out-of-control mind is just running the show all the time. So that the whole process of bringing your mind to one-pointedness becomes a central matter. Now, the people that say bhakti is the only way in the Kali Yuga are saying, in order to bring your mind to one-pointedness, use the heart. Use emotions. Use love. Love is a way to generate the energy to override all the other demons and get you to one-pointedness. And they say Dhyan, yoga, or the yoga of mind beating mind. The Western mind can't work with it because it's too, he'll be too cute. He'll undermine it every time. Only the Westerner's heart is strong enough to override the control of the ego.
When you go to try to develop the witness in yourself, the guy who sees or the gal who sees it all going down every day, all the time, that's another part of, it's like in the Gurdjieff system, self-remembering. That's also in the rational mind on this side of the doorway. See? It's part of your rational mind that's digging the rest of your rational mind. But what happens is that witness wakes up for 1 second and then the ego takes over the witness. If you want a whole catalog of the way that's done, read St. John of the Cross's Dark Night of the Soul. It's got a whole list of them. It's got the groovy one where you've just done pranayam and you've just come into high light, see? You've just transcended your ego. And the ego pitters around behind you and pats you on the back and says, pretty good. And you realize you have an adversary that you hadn't bargained on, you know. Because everywhere you are, the ego's close behind. It's like Mary's little lamb. It's like your shadow. Did you ever try to beat your shadow? The ego's exquisite at taking over any game you can conceive in form, of course. It can make itself in any form. That's who your adversary is. How are you going to stab the enemy when the knife you're going to use to stab him is the enemy? And the arm you're stabbing it with is the enemy. And the thought you're desiring to stab the enemy is the enemy. Gets very heady. Krishna says in the Gita, he who thinks there is a slain or a slayer, or one who is slain, knows not me. There are so many ways that we can identify in a dualistic framework, in a devotional way, in a very high way, and get stuck. Get stuck at the most exquisite causal planes. And that's what I dug was the problem with the holy man trip, that it tended to play into the desire of people to create dualism. Paul Farmer, who's been traveling with me, said to me, man, what you create is a feeling in people that you're somewhere they're not. And I said, well, that's their problem. That is the problem of he of us who is them. That's our uncooked karma that we're still looking for it out there. Because as I've said before, it must be obvious to everybody that everything I'm saying you already know. All we are doing is reciting it to one another. We're talking to ourselves. All I am is the mouthpiece for us at this moment. And I'm saying what we have to say to ourselves, what I have to say to myself. Since there's only us, I guess we all have to say it to ourselves, or we wouldn't be here. Tonight we're going to attempt an exercise in one-pointedness. About 3 years ago, I was in Berkeley. I was studying for the summer with Ali Akbar Khan, with Mahapurush Mishra, the tabla, at the Berkeley summer school, Ali Akbar Khan School. And while I was there, I was one day driving. I had an old school bus, and I was driving it across the the San Mateo Bridge. And I picked up a hitchhiker, and we grooved together for a while. And then he asked if he could bring a friend over, and he came to visit one day, and we hung out for a number of hours talking. And at the end of that time, the friend said that he played the guitar and he'd like to play for me sometime, and I thought, well, that's nice. But I think I'm finished with music. Because I'm at the predicament now where when I take my earplugs and stick them in my ears and go inside, I hear the sounds of the universe. I start to hear Om, and I start to hear choruses, and I start to hear flutes, and I start to hear, but they're divine. And I begin to realize what a gross form it is coming in through my senses. I mean, it's groovy the way music is, but it's still stuff, and behind the stuff, you start to get into this divine sound. And one of the highest yogas is what's called Shabd Yoga, also called Nad Yoga, which is the yoga of inner sounds. And you can just put in earplugs, or do the Vaishnava mudra, or something like that. Close off your ears and just start to listen to your inner sounds. And there are 9 of them. My teacher wrote in a slate, the 9th one is the sound of thunder. After that, you will have a fever for 24 hours. I mean, they know, man. They right down to the edge. And then he put a footnote. He says, the sound, he had listed them, and when he came opposite the flute, he had put an asterisk, and he put a note down. He said, the flute is so beautiful, it is like a deer being caught in a trap. You can't go on, because the flute's so beautiful. He says, after a few days, with much abhyas, practice, you can get on with it. In other words, groove with it for a little while and get on. He's pointing out where you might trip, along the way to help you. Those are the inner sounds. So when this fellow offered to play the guitar, I sort of, well, that's groovy, but man, that's not my trip. And as I was getting ready to go to India, I was visiting a fellow in Berkeley, and he said, I'd like you to hear this tape. And he put on a tape of guitar. And it was a very beautiful thing, and it was sufficiently beautiful, so I had my tape recorder there. I said, can I make a tape? Because I'm going to India, and I'd like to have that with me. So I took it to India, and every time I would get sort of into certain states, I would play things like this guitar business. At that time, I did not realize, really, that the same guy was those 2 guys. Now, I came back to America, and about 2 weeks ago, I was talking with somebody about Sufism. And they said to me, this Sufi teacher said that Bach is very high, that he was one of the last Westerners that understood in the total plan the role of rhythm and structure. And he understood it so well, and when he spoke, it spoke to those places in a person, and it was like causal knowledge in nonverbal form. He was telling you how he was describing the universe at a plane that was not in the physical plane. He was just using sound, taking you out on sound. It's like mantra, same thing as mantra. It takes you a certain place through rhythmic structure. And at that time, I remember thinking, gee, wouldn't it be a groove to try an exercise with Bach, because that will bring the whole Western business back into perspective and so on. And last Tuesday night here, after I was leaving, a fellow came up and he said, you remember sitting and talking one day? He said, I play the guitar. And that was the guy that played Bach. So he is here tonight. I said to him, why don't you play next Tuesday night with us? He said, I'd love to. He's a lover of Baba also. And I thought we would do this as a meditation exercise. Now, in order to do that, you can get caught in the sheer beauty of the structure you're going to hear, and you can stay as the enjoyer of the beauty. If you do that, you've blown the exercise. It's groovy, and enjoy it this lifetime, and, hear some more guitar, right? Or you can use this as an exercise. Just become one with the sound. Let it do it to you. Let the music do you instead of you listening to the music. Forget you're a listener and just be the music. See, the Indian structure, the Indian musical structure, has been designed for great deals of consciousness very out front. That is, there are rags or 5-note relationships that are designed by conscious beings to be played either at morning, noon, or evening, on specific seasons, during the rainy season, during certain periods of the year, when you're in certain moods. And then the music is designed to work with your consciousness at that level. All done perfectly consciously the way it's designed. It's the auditory part of what a mandala is, a visual form. The mandala used by the Tibetans, for example, if you go to a Tibetan physician and you have something wrong with you, either in mind or body, he is very likely often to give you a mandala to work with. And the center of that mandala, what you do with the mandala is you sit down and focus on the entire, it's a set of circles within squares and then with certain gates out at the opening. You sit down and you make your focal field the entire mandala, and then slowly it draws you in and in through all the gates and all the circles, and then you come to the center and you go through the center and out. And what you experience when you go through the center is the working out of the karma that created the problem that you came to the doctor for, right? In other words, that mandala gets you straight in the way you were crooked, right? He's prescribing a mandala for you. Well, now, these are the same things in sound. They're mandalas of sound. I am sure now that I was then too young to understand it all, and that I only felt it. It was the pictures I remembered, and the words that went with them. But nothing I have ever seen with my eyes was so clear and bright as what my vision showed me. And no words that I have ever heard with my ears were like the words I heard. I did not have to remember these things. They have remembered themselves all these years. It was as I grew older that the meanings came clearer and clearer out of the pictures and the words. And even now I know that more was shown to me than I can tell. That is Black Elk of the Ogallala Sioux speaking. And in relation to our recent exercise, in real art there is nothing accidental. It is mathematics. Everything in it can be calculated, everything can be known beforehand. The artist knows and understands what he wants to convey. The art will produce different impressions on people of different levels. Each of us is a conscious artist, and the lives we live become the manifestations of our understanding of the laws of nature. And pure art is in harmony at every level, as above, so below. So that not just the painting you paint or the song you sing, but the life you live becomes a statement of the eternal verities all the time. So the creative act turns out to be every act all the time. Every act becomes a consecrated act. Every act is designed to wake you up. When you're deep in the music and the baby cries, who is the baby? What is that? Somebody that's come to wake us up. That is God's sound as much as that's God's sound, as much as this is God's sound. You got to keep stretching, see? You got to keep stretching, and that too, and that too. Wow, and that too. It's not all divine. It's certainly a weird situation. It's all divine but you, but that, but it, but him. Be quiet, I'm becoming enlightened. So that I can be you. But be quiet. That's what we'd like to say most of the time when you live in a city. You like to say, would you cool it, city? Because I'd really like to get on with it. But the only cooling that ever can happen is the cooling in your own head. City just doing its thing. It's your trip about the city, that's where it's at. So everybody you see is somebody you're serving because they're all God. Oh, that's a pure idealistic statement. True. For anybody that doesn't have total faith. For me, for example. I'm a beginner. In the temple, there are 9 people, and I walk 9. And I grew to even carry the water for the team. These young sadhus. But besides the meditations you do now and again, there is also techniques you use to just keep conscious all day long, all the time, whatever you're doing. One of them is the witness. It's that place in your mind where you see how it all is. You see hunger, you see fatigue, you see desire, you see all the world's games, you see your own games, your body's games, your heart's games, your mind's games. You watch it all with great compassion, with the unbearable compassion of Buddha. Just, yeah, right, that's how it all is. Whew. Man, isn't it so exquisitely articulated? You know that thing I said from C.S. Lewis, from Paralandra? You don't see the plan because it's all planned. But when you keep jumping levels, you keep seeing the plan at another level. And then you realize, as above, so below, as below, so above. So you realize you're seeing your own process. When you study your cells, you're seeing the whole social microcosm. And planetary, it's just same levels all the way up. And wisdom exists everywhere, all lawfully related. If you could become one with that piece of music by Bach, you would then have all the wisdom that that music holds about rhythm, the rhythms of the universe, about the octave and the relationships of energies at different frequencies of vibration. You'd know it all just with that one piece of music. Turns out that wherever you are at any moment is the next message. The minute you decide, all there are messages. Come home, is there any message? No, no message. That's a message. Isn't it? Can you conceive of anything that isn't a message that will help you become enlightened if you decided to become enlightened? I can't. I can't think of anything in form. Because anything I could conceive of is obviously the manifestation of my own desires. So it's showing me where I'm not, because it's showing me my desires. The demons are only demons you create at every level. Anybody you're ever afraid of is somebody you created in your head. And they will exist in that form as long as you feel that way. See, to understand the Tao, you have to see the whole game from outside of time and space. To understand this plane of nature, you have to be outside of this plane of nature. And the thing about this plane at which we are identified with bodies and personalities is that we're in time and space. And only when you can stand outside of time and space, which means stand outside of your own rational mind, can you see your own predicament thoroughly. And so you get to the point where you use everything around you to help you get free of time and space in order to do what you do. And in the meantime, you do what you do. That's a straight way of saying it. In the meantime, you do what you do. It's groovy to build into your life getting your body straight with with sattvic foods, as opposed to rajasic or tamasic food. It's groovy to get your body straight with hatha yoga or tai chi or something like that. It's groovy to get your mind straight with one-pointed exercises like meditations on your breath or on a candle flame, or music meditations or sexual meditations. If I keep broadening or this, or meditations on eating, or meditations on shitting, or meditations on showering, or meditations on, until you see it's all a meditation. It's all a meditation, because the witness never goes away. And first there's the little witness in us. See, there's the guy inside that's watching, and he's rational, and he's just sitting around watching it all. But he's only the guy on this side of the doorway. On the other side of the doorway is the eternal witness, the big W. It's Buddha and Christ. It's all a team just sitting here. All sitting here, right here now. Hi, Doug, we're all here. Everybody here? Sure. And that us, that is that us, is looking at all of this or that. We are looking at that, and saying, yes, and that too. And we've seen it for thousands of incarnations. And there's no place to go, and there's no rush, because it's all happened already. See, when you start to live in the space of 4 dimensions, that is when you see time in the same way as you see width and length and depth. Then you sit in a place where there is only one of us. And from here, where there is one of us, we are wisdom, though we do not know. It's the wisdom of Buddha, it's the love of Christ, compassion of the Buddha. It's the laws of Moses. It's all the aspects of the Mahat Atman, the one consciousness, the Godhead, that from which all the rest is manifest. In each of us is the divine spark, and to stay in it all day, all the time, we use the witness with our rational minds, and then we use mantra. The mantra, I am a point of sacrificial fire held within the fiery will of God. Try focusing on your ajna, your 6th chakra, and doing that one for about a week. I am a point of sacrificial fire held within the fiery will of God. If that one's too scary, that's the real power mantra. That's 6th chakra mantra. You do the aditya hridayam punyam savshatru bina shanam, the one we did before. All evil vanishes from the universe for him who keeps the sun in his heart. That's the 4th chakra mantra. The heart. And you find a mantra that feels at home for you. Om is a mantra. Ram is a mantra. Ram, 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 Ram. Lord Jesus, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus, Son of God, have mercy. Lord Jesus, Son of God, have mercy. It's a mantra. Ao mane pedme hong 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 Money bed me out, 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 money bed me out. That's a mantra. So that mantra is going right inside you, right in your heart, all day long. And right from that place, you're seeing it all. This, all the planes and levels, and through it all is There's talking, there's listening, there's lovemaking, there's eating, there's driving, there's stopping, there's fatigue, there's hunger, there's dying and birth, trees and snow and east and west and nations and religions and all money, It's a general mantra. It just takes you in and in and in and in until you're right here. Now, always. And tapasya, austerity. Tapasya, straightening by fire. Tapasya, straightening by fire. Every time you meet another demon, anytime you meet another attachment, another desire, here it is. Straightening by fire. Every time you feel a desire for or up, till finally you're just in a bed of flames all the time. Because you want to get straight so much. You're not sitting around wanting, you're just directed more and more towards getting purified. And in the process, you just realize you just got to burn out all the impurities. And it's not masochistic, it's just high ecstasy. It's a fire of ecstasy. And the fiercer it is, the better. Wow, man, they're sending fierce demons these days. So you get to the point in your astral travels where every thought you have is manifest in form, and you begin to see how it works. And then as you have a desire, it happens. And then you really get scared because you see how you create your own karma. And then you see these mountains of karma you're producing every day. Holy, wow, I got to get rid of all that too. I mean, you're creating lifetimes for yourself just by the thousands. And when that horror has fully seeped into all your cells, then you find the only actions you can perform are actions which don't create new karma. That is, actions which are in harmony with what is required at the moment and don't come out of any my will, they're all thy will. Not my, but thy will, O Lord. Because if you're doing thy will, there's no new karma created. That's his problem. From the dualistic point of view. And it's our problem, or it's my problem from the non-dualist point. It's just karma living out. It's just a set of circumstances happening until they're done happening. I dig when people say to me, well, if everybody got enlightened, what would happen to all this? Well, nobody would be creating it. I mean, you only need it as long as you need it. This is the toddler's playroom. But pretty soon everybody gets to a point, well, that's the question. After all, there are always toddlers. There are always new babies, and they're always being born into the illusion. You see, finally, when you get conscious enough, you don't get born again. And when everybody gets to that point, then there's no babies to be had anymore. I mean, every baby that's born is somebody coming around again. And most of us haven't yet come into the being we were last time around. And some of you must feel that very strongly. I certainly do, quite often. That I'm still getting back. My guru brother used to say to me, last time we'd be in some place, like in a traffic situation, he'd say, last time I died here. Or once I got stopped right here. Wow. When you can see how it all is with the dispassion of Buddha, the dispassion of Christ, not Jesus, but Christ. The dispassion of he who says, now it's completed. The dispassion of he who says, well, tomorrow's the big day. When you can see your own drama with that dispassion, then the understanding of how it all is overwhelms your every feeling, and there is just such total compassion for how it is, including, of course, and most intimately, your own predicament. When you have sufficient compassion about yourself, then you got compassion for the rest of it. If you can't start being compassionate for them, right? That's obviously a hype. That's just another game of compassion. But when you say, oh, wow, look at that. Oh, man. At every level of beauty, ugly, is it beauty? Is it ugly? Is it horror? Is it exquisite? It's everything, obviously. And you look at every time you trip and fall. Every time you trip and fall. At first, whenever I fell back into sin, I used to weep and rage against myself and against God for having suffered it. Afterwards, it was as much as I could dare ask, why hast thou rolled me again in the mud, O my playfellow? Then even that came to my mind to seem too bold and presumptuous. I could only get up in silence, look at him out of the corner of my eye, and clean myself. That's Sri Aurobindo. That's the predicament, you see. Christ is standing here, right here. He's on this shoulder, and Buddha's on this shoulder. And you're going along saying, I think I'll eat that, I think, oh, I want that, ooh, And then you say, and Buddha's standing there saying to Christ, dig that, man. What else are they going to feel but compassion, I mean, anything else is just getting sucked into the trip. One of them doesn't say to the other, I've got to stop that. When? For who? What? Creating forms again, eh, Jesus? Come on now, you know where it's at. And the witness, and the mantra, and the candle flame, and our eyes, and the heart of Jesus, and the Guru's body are all exactly the same thing. Those are just a whole set of names for the same thing. Your hridayam, your spiritual heart, same place. All the same place. You can go edit any way you want, but you get to the same place. See, when you're hanging out with a candle flame, if you can do it quiet and calm enough and all the thoughts go by, then you will notice one day that there is no you noticing one day. And you will note that you will come down to realize that just a moment ago there was only the candle flame. And you will have performed what's called samyama, which is the business of, it's the same thing as astral travel. In a way, you will have moved your consciousness, you will have left this one behind and gone and become the candle flame. See, that's a nice astral trip. You can start to go from here and be there. And you can get really groovy at it, as some saints do in India, and they give darshan in 2 places. So that tonight afterwards you go home and you pick up the phone and you talk to somebody in Los Angeles and they say, I heard Ram Dass tonight. And you say, well, now you couldn't have heard. Because Ram Dass just manifested in a number of forms. Krishna, when he danced with the gopis on the banks of the river in the mad love orgy of worship on the nights of the full moon, he made himself into 16,000 forms to make it with every gopi just the way she dreamed most. It's the way she wanted it most. You're right, Jesus, right. Yeah, wow. Simultaneously. I mean, if you want it all, you got to give it up at all. Give it up at all. But that's what it all starts out. That's all little. That's only 16,000. It's all the cells in the universe, everything. You're making love with all form all the time. Just the candle flame. And then there's just the wherever you happen to be. There's just somebody else's mind, or there's some other place, or 2 places, or 4 places, or 16,000 places, or 32,000. It's like a chain letter. How fast does it get infinite? Until pretty soon you're everything. Then you're finished. Because when you say I, you are referring to all form that's possibly conceivable. In other words, there's no longer a you, because there's only I. You've gone out and out and out. You've expanded the I and the I and I until it's everything. By seeing I'm this, now I'm this, now I'm this. That's all the astral planes. You see, all the astral planes. If you want to be God of the wind, you want to be the Lord in heaven. How about the Archangel Gabriel? Who would you like to be? You want to be Hanuman? Be the boatman? You can do it all. If you've read the autobiography of a yogi by Yogananda, you get this delicious description of astral planes. And you create mango trees with peaches on them and then make them disappear with your thoughts. And you turn into whoever you want to be all the time. You can dress yourself in whatever body you want. Just like your dreams every night. You're doing that all the time. Doing it right now, see? Doing it right now. I don't know whether I told you this, but one night I had taken a lot of acid and I was going to appear on a show with David Susskind or something like that. And I was at an apartment in New York, and a chick was sketching faces on the wall. Did I describe this in this room? And she had different faces on the wall, and she asked if she could do my face. And I, wow, groovy, sure. So I stood there, and I thought, well, who am I? Who's she sketching? So I thought, well, I'm a young man looking into the future. So she sketched and sketched and sketched, and after about 6 minutes, I thought, wow, I'm really too old and wise for that role. I guess I'm just an old wise man. And I didn't change anything, except I just started to be an old wise man. And she erased the whole thing, and she re-sketched the whole thing. I said, well, obviously everything. I started to think about Krishna, and I thought, wow, this is a gopi, and I'm her lover, you know, and this is an act, we're doing a thing together, you know. And she erased the whole thing again, and she, you know, she did it. She finally said, I can't do it. Your face is just like rubber. It's just like putty. What I'm saying is you're manifesting your trip right now in your body and your, you know, the way your muscles are in your face, the whole business. It's all just statement. It's so redundant. So redundant. Everything about you keeps saying the same thing. And the secret of digging your own karma is to stand back and read your own message. See? It's like you got a book and you're at page 24 and you're in the script on page 24. Then she came down the stairway, her negligee flowing behind her, see? And you're walking down the stairway, your negligee floating behind you, see? You're also reading a book about it, and then she walked down the stairway, her negligee floating behind her. And you can turn to the next page and see what happened next when she got to the bottom of the stairs. Want to know the future? Come to the astral planes. Vacation in the astral planes this year. But so what? See, so what? What are you going to do about it? I'll do something about it. I mean, if I could read the future, I'd do something about it. I once sat in the temple in India, and I kept reading these books about all the powers you get. So I thought, groovy, what do I do with all these powers? While I'm doing rising, falling, rising, falling. One of the digressions that took about 3 days, you know, was what do I do with all the powers I'm collecting? So I thought, well, if I can put myself in anybody's head, I'll go into Mao's head, and I'll go into Lyndon Johnson's head at the time, and I'll go into the United Nations head, and we'll all become one consciousness, and we'll love. We'll manifest as a statement of love, and it'll be very easy. And then I thought, well, what about that problem? Well, what about that problem? Well, what about that problem? And before I realized that I had created such a nightmare in the world because I was trying to do it all from a horizontal level. I wasn't really outside it. I was still sort of in the middle of it, trying to do right. And anybody that tries to do right horizontally without having a very good understanding of how it all is is creating new karma as fast as they're finishing with the old, and usually doing the opposite of what they thought they would do. Great. That quote from Mount Analog. Is that the familiar one? In Mount Analog, story of a group of people that find an island which has a mountain higher than any known mountain. It's a metaphor about a journey into consciousness. And you can only see the island when you're standing on the west looking eastward at sunset or sunrise at a certain time and when the planets are in a certain configuration. Nobody's ever found this place because the magnetic field forces take you around it all the time. These guys mathematically computed its existence, and they go out and they find it. By our calculations, thinking of nothing else, by our desires abandoning all other hopes, by our efforts renouncing all bodily comfort, we managed to gain entry into this new world. So it seemed to us. But if we were able to approach Mount Analog, it was because the invisible gates of that invisible country were opened to us by those who guard them. The cock crowing in the milky dawn thinks that its call raises the sun. The child howling in a closed room thinks that its cry opens the door. But son and mother follow courses set by their own beings. Those who see us, even though we cannot see them, open the door in answer to our puerile calculations, our unsteady desires, and our awkward efforts with a generous welcome. The way you can remember that you're reading a book of your own drama is remember there's somebody else that's reading it. And when you start to hang out with somebody else who's reading it, you're always in the position of reading the book. And you keep reading the book till you understand the book so well that you understand that you are the writer of the book. Then you are God consciousness. You are the author of the entire book. That's how great it is. That's what's in store. That's the bird in the bush when you give up the burden. And you don't give up anything in the outside world. You chop your wood and you carry your water. All you do is you give up your attachment to your own models of how you think it is. Just as that Chinese man said, just stop having views. You don't have to do anything else, just stop having views. Brush your teeth, but you don't have to have a theory about it. And the fewer theories you have, the fewer views you have, the fewer opinions you have. Gurdjieff says, somebody complained to Gurdjieff and said, our friends are starting to find us uninteresting. In the group. Gurdjieff said, it's only the beginning. Because what's to say? What's to say? Farrell in Life magazine referred to it in the Woodstock Festival as the fear that the young people are turning into a generation characterized by bovine passivity. Because you can't tell a tamasic man from a sattvic man. See? You can't see somebody that's being inert like a stone from somebody who is being consciously silent. Unless you're a sattvic man. Because if you have tamasya in you, all you'll see is tamasya. If you have rajas, all you'll see is rajas. My father's a very rajasic guy. And all he can see is rajasic. You just call him and you say, hello, and say, how are you doing? What are you doing these days? Where are you traveling? What's happening? That's all rajasic stuff. Say, I'm not doing anything. And then the Japanese thing is, well, what nothing is it you're doing? You're not doing, you know? And the answer to that one is, even the sages know not. You only see your own desires. So when you're living, like Paul stood at the door here one night and he came back, he says, this is the biggest concentration of angels and saints I've ever seen gathered anywhere. And I dug that was true. But there are more beings here that already are consciously living on other planes and know they're angels and saints. And they're just finishing off stuff, you know, cooling it all out, getting it all straight. You got to honor your body because the body is the temple in which the work is done. Can't forget it. You wouldn't be here if you could forget it. When the time comes to forget it, you'll forget it. Like Ramakrishna. He gets into the fifth chakra and he doesn't see anything. That's what Meher Baba used to go around washing the mass, the god intoxicants. You know, they were just so stoned out, they just, because they were in the oneness all the time. And Ramana Maharshi was there for about 6 or 9 months, and in fact, on and off for about 6 years. And Meher Baba was there when he was sick for about 9 months. And almost all of the saints that make it in this lifetime, that finish their karma in this lifetime, go through a period getting it all together. Buddha did it in 49 days, or, you know, some such time thing, where he hung out in the void. He merged into the void until that had been, and then he saw that even attachment to the void is attachment. And then you do the bodhisattva thing. You just chop wood and carry water. And you honor the whole business. Because it's only when you honor it that you can get free of attachment to it. See, it was Jesus going off into the desert for 40 days. Christ didn't have to go into the desert for 40 days. Christ is the desert. And he's the 40 days. That's absurd. Where's he going to go? You know, and when the devil talks to him, who's the devil? The devil's only Christ. You got to watch out for these subtle dualities. The subtle polarization trips, they're very, very seductive. Because they're very high, very, very high. Yin and yang, very high. Very high. Because that's the beginning of the form, and that's the place that you can still hang out, and there's somebody to hang out. One step more, nobody hang out. Where is everybody? Where'd everybody go? We're all here. Oh, I couldn't see anybody, including myself. And then it's all over. I'm going to end with a poem that I recited before that I just love so I can't ever stop reciting. And then we're going to chant Ram. Michael Lorimer, the guitar, and Kenny on the dulcimer, and everybody on everything. Your celestial voices. It's all starting to get very beautiful. All starting to get really beautiful. If we can just let it happen. If we don't sit around and say, it can't be real. I mean, it all couldn't be this good. I mean, there must be a fly in the ointment somewhere. You don't expect me to fall into that. Well, I better watch it, because you know there's... But if we can just let ourselves be beautiful, that's what spreads, as Meher Baba said. It's like love. It just keeps spreading just outward. One beautiful being, and then the person next to him starts to dig how beautiful he is, and then the person next to him starts to dig how beautiful she is. Change the world, change yourself. You live in a divine world, the world is divine. That's the power statement of the century. That's the name of the game. That's better than Mao's rules of revolution. That's the rule of evolution. The rule of evolution is the first commandment. Thou shalt take no other God before me. You should just keep in the spirit. Live in the place where it is God, where it's that beautiful. And if you do the first commandment, all the rest of it works. And if you don't, the whole thing is absurd. It's cosmically poignant. This poem is from a 16th century Norman crucifix. He's passed on to me by Bhagwan Das, the Guru brother in India. We found it in Ireland, I guess. I am the great sun, but you do not see me. I am your husband, and you turn away. I am the captive, but you do not free me. I am the captain, you will not obey. I am the truth, but you will not believe me. I am that city where you will not stay. I am your wife, your child, but you will leave me. I am that God to whom you will not pray. I am your counsel, but you do not hear me. I am your lover, whom you will betray. I am the victor, but you do not share me. I am the holy dove that you will slay. I am your life, but if you will not name me, seal up your soul with tears and never blame me.